All right, good morning, everyone. I know we're about 5 minutes behind here. We can take our seats. Well, good morning. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, October 7th. It is 9:05 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Joining me this morning is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and joining us virtually is Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined this morning by our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Eric Ekdahl, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Elizabeth Carrillo. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and virtual components. If you're joining us virtually, you should be viewing us through our traditional webcast on the Cal EPA website or the YouTube Live site. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link and instructions at the top of the agenda on how to get onto the platform. But if you're having any challenges this morning, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all this morning. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few quick announcements for us here as well. Please do just observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to sign up. There is a QR code at the side of the room. There's also a laptop. If you have any challenges, though, please do just speak to the clerk of the board, and she can help ensure that you're signed up. Once you are at the podium, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation if you feel so comfortable. And lastly, please do just silence any phones so we have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. With that, we will kick off this meeting this morning with public forum, as we customarily do. We do have a tranche of public forum commenters, and we'll start with Mike McCullough, who'll be followed by Jesus Gonzalez, and then Walter Lamb.
Okay, thank you, Joaquin, and members of the board. Mike McCullough, Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, and I just want to kind of give the board a quick update as for CalVal. And before I give you a quick update, I want to kind of give you a little look behind as to see where CalVal started and what kind of headway we've made to date. So, just locally, we kind of looked at some challenges that we had with the IPR process and the permits. So we saw some trusted advice in the summer of 2022. And then we began in earnest meeting with some industry experts in March of 2023. This quickly started into a fundraising mode in the mid 2023. And when we submitted a research application to Water Research Foundation in the fall of 2023. And I'm glad to report that just last week, we submitted that final report for that water research grant application on October 1st. And so in a little over 2 years, a dedicated group of professionals from the Central Coast chapter of Water Reuse and the CalVal team raised over $200,000 in local utilities and private firms. We received the matching grant from Water Reuse Foundation. We completed the grant scope of work and submitted the final report per the grant agreement. So the CalVal team represents the best aspects of our industry: the passion, the commitment, the vision, and the drive to help California develop alternative water supplies. And most importantly, the CalVal team has the dedicated support of the Division of Drinking Water, which is crucial. So in that first phase 1 report, we have a couple of highlights I want to make real quick, and they are as follows. The team reviewed the relevant framework and guidance documents and pathogen log reduction value of each treatment process, and how they recorded their performance monitoring and validation. And that's for all of the indirect potable reuse projects throughout California. The team then developed a comprehensive list of the IPR projects, which had the details and the technologies employed, the pathogen credits that were sought, and the day-to-day operations for those critical control point monitoring for the compliance of those log reduction credits. And then finally, the regulatory summaries that were generated from each of those facilities, each of those unit processes were reviewed to understand the treatment performance to determine if there were surrogate indicators of performance and what kind of approved credits did they get. And this review of all of that information identified data gaps where future research is needed to inform the future proposed guidance that we're trying to deal with or work toward. So the report has an appendix which details all of those unit process comparison tables for all of these IPR facilities. And it highlights the similarities and the differences from each of those site-specific approaches. So we're just really grateful that the report was co-sponsored by the Water Research Foundation and the National Water Research Institute. The report was reviewed by the Water Reuse Foundation Project Advisory Committee. It was also reviewed by California Water Reuse Stakeholders Advisory Group. And then finally, it was reviewed by key staff from the Division of Drinking Water. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to cede the rest of my time to my fellow principal investigator, Jesus Gonzalez from LADWP, and he's going to highlight some additional items. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mike.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Jesus Gonzalez, speaking on behalf of the LA Department of Water and Power. I also want to echo the sentiments from my colleague Mike and start by thanking the State Water Board for all the support we've received on this essential research effort, a research effort we lovingly call CalVal. I've had the privilege of working alongside the CalVal research team for the past year, and we are convinced that CalVal is the most important research effort in our water industry. Here in LA, we often say that recycled water is our future water supply, and CalVal is critical to helping LA achieve its water goals. So I often get asked, and we often get asked, why is CalVal important? And the key point is that it'll provide the state of California a greater ability to achieve the recycled water goals outlined in the governor's water supply strategy. So CalVal will support our entire water industry, including utilities, private industry, and the entire state in its quest to develop new sustainable water supplies. So we're excited with the impact that CalVal will have. I want to thank this board for your support and leadership and collaboration on this effort. And I also want to briefly highlight the progress we are making. So Mike previously mentioned that phase 1 is now complete. And just last month, we reached a major milestone with the launch of phase 2 of CalVal. In simple terms, phase 2 is a heavy lift for us. We intend to spend the next 2 years conducting intense research, hosting dozens of workshops with experts across the world, and we'll do this in close coordination with DDW. The workshops that we'll be conducting will utilize experts in the various water treatment technologies, operators of these facilities, and feedback from your staff. The workshops will then be repeated to start synthesizing the gathered input with the goal of developing uniform guidance documents for the 3 most widely used treatment processes in potable reuse. As you know, that being reverse osmosis, membrane filtration, and ultraviolet light and exact oxidation processes. So we'll be busy in the next 2 years conducting the critical research. I want to close by thanking DDW and the Division of Water Quality for their support and funding you've provided CalVal. Having the support is critical to making CalVal a success. So thank you again to this board for your leadership on so many initiatives. And on behalf of the entire CalVal team, and specifically the city of LA, I want to thank you for all the support you provided the recycled water industry and the support you've provided CalVal. Thank you again.
Thank you both incredibly, Mike, Jesus. You guys are leaders amongst leaders, I know, in the water reuse community. And what it brings to mind is the direct potable reuse regulations in general, which we wouldn't have if the water user community, the water agency community hadn't really stood up and funded so much of the research that contributed to our ability to adopt regulations that protect public health and allow us to continue to ensure we're expanding our water supply portfolio here with recycled water projects in the state. So just a lot of thanks back as well. This is exciting. We're always open to continue to innovate and understand how we ensure that we're meeting our goals, but importantly, especially in recycled water, protecting public health. And the water agencies have been incredible partners throughout that also. It's an exciting effort. Thank you again for self-organizing and for having a cooperative relationship with us and with the Division of Drinking Water. When I think of the transfer of the Division of Drinking Water and the work that the board is able to do across the water quality side and the drinking water side, The recycled water space is kind of that marriage, certainly, of it all, and just proud of the work. So thank you. Appreciate you addressing the board this morning. All right, next we can go to our next commenter, which will be Walter Lamb, be followed by Jeff Ellsworth, Christy Rashton, and then Ray Tahir. Mr. Lamb, apologies, you're on mute.
Okay, hopefully I'm unmuted now. Thank you. Sorry about that. Good morning, board members. Walter Lamb, representing the Bina Wetlands Land Trust. By way of background, I have been coming to meetings for a few months now and talking about a decision by a local state agency, the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission, to delete certain scientific terms from their work plan, things like climate change, ocean acidification, and most recently greenhouse gases, in response to pressure from the federal administration. And I did, on September 2nd, get a letter from your legal counsel, Mr. Laufer, and I wanted to just discuss that quickly. I appreciate the letter. It's not surprisingly, I've been doing environmental activism for about 25 years, and so it is pretty standard that we get these letters, and they sort of conclude that, hey, everything's fine, but then the letter itself will actually say exactly what it is we're worried about. So I want to be clear about what we're saying and what we're not saying. And so, because we run into a lot of straw man arguments. So I think the first thing is, we're not complaining about the decision and saying, hey, the commission should have done something the way we wanted them to do it. There's a reason there's a commission. They're the ones who get to make these decisions. They rely exclusively on state water board employees to give them legal guidance and administrative guidance. That's why I'm coming to these meetings to talk about this. I think Mr. Laufer in his letter said, hey, nothing really went wrong here. Let me explain to you what happened. And then as I'm reading his explanation of what happened, it's exactly what our concern is. I just want to give an example of one of the things he wrote in his timeline. June 2025, after the commission voted to delete those terms, US EPA provided staff, meaning the state water board employees, with a copy of the written guidance shared with National Estuary Program directors. US EPA instructed staff not to share it with governing board members or the public. So that is it. That's what we're very concerned about, because that's an illegal instruction. And so the concern is that staff got this instruction, instead of communicating back to US EPA, which is a federal administration currently run by the Trump administration, saying, hey, we don't think that's a lawful instruction. We want you to give us this document, and we are going to share it with the governing board, and we are going to share it with the public. And so that never happened. Nothing ever happened. So the State Water Resources Control Board employees, legal and administrative, just took direction directly from the Trump administration. Whatever the Trump administration said, they did. And we're concerned that if that can happen at the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission, under the guidance of not just these two State Water Board employees, but all the management, right, that is now saying, hey, they did exactly what they should have done, then isn't that something that can also happen at the State Water Resources Control Board and the regional boards, where the Trump administration says to staff, do this, don't tell the board, don't tell the public, and staff says, okay, you just instructed us to do this, so that's what we're going to do, right? We're not going to go to the Attorney General and get, or to other legal resources within the water board and get any kind of perspective on whether this was legal, right? It wasn't legal. What we're talking about is executive orders that were intended to supersede the Clean Water Act, right? So I get every Sunday, I get California Attorney General Rob Bonta's email newsletter, and he's constantly talking about standing up to unlawful, right? Not every decision that comes from the federal administration. And to a point that Mr. Laufer made a few months ago, again, another strong argument, we understand that there's different ways to respond. We're not coming to these meetings saying, you have to keep sending us letters until we get a letter that says what we want it to say. That's not what's happening. But if this is the policy of the State Water Resources Control Board, that you can get instructions from the Trump administration and you're just going to follow them, and including if that means keeping information from a board that's governing an agency, we think that's illegal. And so, and our organization can't We don't have the luxury of saying, okay, well, I guess that's just the way it is. We rely on science. We rely on sound decision making. We rely on transparency and accountability. So I guess where I'm going to leave it is I really still do hope that we can figure something out here. But as it stands right now, we're feeling like we've been told now that the State Water Resources Control Board has a policy that we think is in direct violation of both state law and federal law. So I'd love to figure something out. I'll leave it there. If anyone ever wants to communicate with me by phone, I'm always open to have these discussions. But hopefully we can get somewhere on this, because we cannot live with a situation where it says US EPA instructed staff to hide a document from the governing board. That's not how government works. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for your patience on this.
Yeah, thank you as well, Mr. Lamb. Do know that this board very much it just prides itself on ensuring that we are science-based, have transparency. The sort of simple conclusion that you're kind of drawing doesn't represent the facts here, but I'll let Mr. Lawfer speak further.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. And Mr. Lamb, I'll follow up with a phone call to you. I think you're reading a little bit too much into the letter in terms of the policy. We tried to be factual in terms of what had actually transpired at the staff level. There's nothing in there that endorses how the staff had at the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission had approached their interactions and communications from US EPA. The bulk of the letter is about how the governing board ultimately made its decisions and how it had essentially a blank slate with which to work, and it was making a decision in public session, trying to calibrate between those executive orders. So certainly there's no state board policy. There's nothing in the letter that endorses that approach. There are plenty of times we push back against our federal colleagues, both in terms of litigation, as well as administratively, as well as informally. So I'll be happy to follow up with a phone call.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you both. Next, I'll call up Jeff Ellsworth, be followed by Christy Ralston, and our last commenter will be Ray Tahir.
Thank you. Am I coming through?
You are, Mr. Ellsworth. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board and staff. Appreciate the work you're doing. Jeff Ellsworth here, member of the California League of United Latin American Citizens, that's LULAC, and their Waste Worker Advocacy Committee, as well as former mayor of St. Helena, Napa County, California. I'm here today to submit a request for a time for a presentation to the California State Water Board. And in the past, I've asked for a hearing, but I'm here today to request time for a 10 to 15 minute presentation that may be a better starting point on the ongoing Latino waste worker fatalities and injuries, including in the San Francisco Bay Area, and associated civil rights complaints and environmental and water quality impacts. So this is the nexus, wanting to look at the nexus between these fatalities that also include the water quality impacts and the recent California Assembly Senate joint audit and hearing related to significant deficiencies at Cal OSHA. Waste, and also including the waste site toxic exposures, fire incidents impacting California water resources, local environment, and public safety relevant to the California state and regional water boards. The presentation would also include considerations of impacts of toxic wildfire waste entering waste sites under emergency waivers. So the request is for a 10 to 15 minute agenda item at the soonest available time. The request comes with support from Cal LULAC and National LULAC, and I've submitted our resolution as well. I'm also including in what I'm sending today the recent California Assembly and Senate audit and August 27th hearing demonstrating grave failings in the Cal OSHA process. And this is where this discussion of the nexus with the water board comes in. So on the hearing that I'm sending, it starts at minute 46, and I've provided timestamps. The audit was, the OSHA audit, Cal OSHA audit was brought forward by Assembly Member Liz Ortega and includes Assembly Member Harabedian, Senator Laird, and Senator Smallwood Cuevas, whose offices we are also submitting this request. Knowing these current deficiencies at Cal OSHA, where it is almost impossible for workers' concerns and complaints to see the light of day, it's really unacceptable at this point for the water board, who have boots on the ground inspectors, to not participate in understanding accountability on these workplace fatalities and pushing responsibility back to a clearly broken OSHA system without sort of further investigating what the nexus is. So again, this is a request for a 10 to 15-minute presentation on this nexus. And I'll finish up here. The waste worker impact aspects of the situation have additional considerations, as many of the waste companies, including where these fatalities are occurring, operate on direct government contracts, and the stakes and dangers are elevated for both workers and the communities where these companies operate, as the materials they handle can be highly toxic and prone to fire and explosion that can impact workers as well as local environment, water resources, et cetera. So with that, I will sign off, and I've submitted the request for time for a presentation, hopefully at the nearest possible juncture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellsworth. It's good to see you again. Well, I really do appreciate the advocacy for the community that you continue to advocate here. Do know that I don't think a 15-minute presentation would necessarily be helpful or an agendized item. I did circle back with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, Region 2, the San Francisco board, and I do know that they have put resources into investigating the facility, and as you've pointed out, I think prior, didn't come up with violations on the water quality side. And so, but again, I do appreciate the work you're doing, but I don't think an agendized item before the board would actually be terribly productive.
Chair Esquivel, if I, and I'll be very brief, if I may, one of the issues that we had with the regional water board inspections was they did not include the testimony and the input from the workers who had experienced those issues with the water impacts. And so that's what we're trying to do, is create a mechanism so that the workers' concerns can come forward. And what we're seeing with OSHA is that that's a pathway that's not working. And so hopefully we can find a way to have some type of a dialogue where the workers' concerns about what they're being exposed to, and then subsequently the community. Recently, the Napa County DA released a $6.6 million fine against Upper Valley Disposal in Napa County about contamination releases. And certainly the waste workers were impacted and also had information that just wasn't heard about those impacts. And so I'll let it go at that.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate that, Mr. Ellsworth. All right, next I'd like to call up Christy Ralston, be followed by our final commenter, Ray Tahir.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
My name is Christy Ralston, and I am an attorney with San Francisco Baykeeper, and I'm here today to speak on the Bay Delta Plan update. For the last 16 years, this board has been working to update this water quality control plan, and it's known its clear responsibility to protect beneficial uses of water in the Bay Delta watershed. Today, I'd like to look at exactly what this board has known and how it has responded. The state board knows that fish and wildlife beneficial uses are not reasonably protected. This is evidenced by the current ecological crises in the Bay Delta ecosystem. Native fish populations have seen staggering declines in recent years. The most recent survey of white sturgeon in the Bay Delta revealed a mere 6,500 left in the watershed. The fish that has been called a living fossil, given its survival since the time of dinosaurs, is on a fast track to becoming a fossil just like those dinosaurs. Iconic species like the foreruns of Chinook salmon that have supported California tribes since time immemorial, and California fishing businesses for the past 2 centuries are also rapidly dwindling away. Numbers have been so low in the last 3 years that the coastal salmon fishing season has been completely closed, a drastic step in the first 3-year closure in California history. Our existing water projects continue to kill fish at unpermitted rates as well. Earlier this year, combined operations of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project violated take limits for both winter run Chinook salmon and California Central Valley steelhead. This board knows that these species and others are suffering, and that their suffering is tied to loss of commercial fisheries, the Delta recreation economy, subsistence fishing communities, and California tribes. It knows this, and yet, the state's proposed solution to these crises is the voluntary agreements. And unfortunately, the information this board has on the VA's impacts show that the VAs will exacerbate the problems the Bay Delta is facing. This board knows that the VAs promise very little. The VAs don't promise to contribute flows at levels sufficient to prevent elimination of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. The VAs don't guarantee that the flows promised will actually be delivered. They don't promise to protect against future diversions of water, despite active plans for construction of the Delta Conveyance Project and Sites Reservoir. And they don't promise to meet the salmon doubling objective until at least 2050. The baseline for the VAs continues to shift, obfuscating how little the VAs will contribute. And the Bureau of Reclamation operates according to its own prerogatives, ignoring BIOPS and ITPs when it so wishes. And there's every reason to expect that the Trump administration will abandon whatever environmental protections are promised by the VAs. Given all that this board knows about the state of the Bay Delta and the likely path of the VAs, how can it come to any conclusion other than that the VAs simply won't work to reasonably protect beneficial uses and the people that rely on those protections? I ask today that this board abandon the VA pathway and instead opt for a regulatory pathway that is based in science and reasonable protection of all beneficial uses of water, not just those that create profits for certain parties. Turning a blind eye to the Bay Delta's ecological crises doesn't make them disappear. Please choose to face these crises and the state's unsustainable water uses head on and implement a water quality control plan that regulates all water diversions in the watershed so that we may all benefit from a healthier Bay Delta. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ralston. Since this is public forum, it is hard to respond to what I know is a lot of comment that you provided this morning. But nonetheless, just know that this is an important project. The board is acting with urgency and look forward to what I know will be further discussion and dialogue around the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update. But thank you for your comments this morning. Next, I'd like to go to Ray to hear.
Good morning, board members. Next
Good morning,
slide,
Mr.
please.
Chair.
I sent each board member, excuse me, we have some feedback here. Yeah. How about now?
We can hear you fine, Mr. Tahir.
How about now?
We can still hear you fine, Mr. Tahir. And now, Mr. Tahir, we can't hear you.
How about now?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, there's going to be a little bit of feedback for some reason. But hold on for a second. I'm not get. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you fine, Mr. Tahir. Mr. Tahir, we can't hear you or see you at this point.
How about now? You should be able.
We can. Yeah, we can now.
Okay,
If
cool.
you don't mind getting to your comment. Thank you.
Okay. All right, once again, good morning, folks. I sent each board member and selected staff a letter informing it of my reasons why Water Code Section 13280A7 is invalid, along with its definitions of general orders and disclosure requirements. I asked Chief Counsel Lawford to explain why he believes 13287 and the definitions are not valid. Could you get him to respond? Next, as I mentioned, RB4 has issued its CII and PDS permit. It is scheduled for a public hearing sometime in November. According to Mr. Lawford, the CII permit is an enrollment type of permit and therefore is not subject to impermissible ex parte communication. However, RB4 is under the impression that it is subject to ex parte communication. Could Mr. Lawford please clarify and explain this to RB4? I need to know because I would like to send CII-related comments to each of the regional board members without violating ex parte rules. There's also a conflict between the LA Regional Board's take on ex parte communication and the state boards as shown on the next slide. Next slide, please. Note that the LA Regional Board heading is titled Pending General Permits, while the State Board is titled Pending General Orders. The terms are mutually exclusive. Apart from this, they're exactly the same. So you can see how this can create a problem of interpretation. Frankly, as I mentioned to you before, there's no legal definition of general permits. There is a legal, of general orders, but there is a legal definition of general permits that's in the Code of Federal Regulations. Next slide, please. Okay, Port of Cologne updates. Port of Cologne was updated in February 2025. However, it is unclear what provision of Port of Cologne was updated. There's no indication of when the update was approved by the State Board or by the legislature. I raised this concern because 13287 ex parte communication apparently was updated to include the bracketed definitions. However, it's not known when the update was made and when it went to the State Board for review and approval. It is understood that the Office Chief Counsel may have added the definitions on its own authority, but what approval by the region, without approval by the State Board? Did it appear on the board's agenda? Next, does Office Chief Counsel have the authority to update Port of Cologne without legislative board authority? I sent an email to Mr. Lawfer raising concerns. Chair Esquivel and Chair Adamo were sent these copies. Next slide, please. On decorum. On several occasions, I raised arguments challenging Mr. Lawfer's take on Water Code Section 13287. As this board should know, my arguments were based on hard facts and not innuendo. Nevertheless, Mr. Lawfer labeled them as being conflated, wrong, old, stale, and ad hominem in nature, and in some cases non sequiturs. Well, I don't mind being accused of these things. I do expect him to explain them. Without explanation, his remarks amount to nothing more than bureaucratic mudslinging. Mr. Lawfer seems to think that using invectives in countering my arguments is sufficient to disable them. Mr. Lawfer needs to be reminded that as a member of the public, I am entitled to courtesy. He also needs to be reminded that he's not legal counsel for Chevron, Boeing, but for a public agency whose purpose is to serve the public interest. I encourage him to review Hagley Keith. Next slide, please. Oh, there is no next slide. But I have some parting questions. Could you please? Sorry.
Mr. Tahir, in all straight candor, we have been engaging with you for these last months. The email exchanges alone, the length, the clarity that Mr. Lawfer has provided is taking up a lot of time from OCC. So you are free to.
If you don't want me to come back up here, tell him to be straight with me and stop giving me the
Mr. Tahir,
runaround.
please. Yeah. Mr. Tahir, please. So at this point, I'm going to direct Mr. Lawfer to no longer respond, and you are free to speak at public forum. We can't and will not revoke that from you. But
well, that's
we're spending a lot of unproductive time.
Respond, though.
We're spending a lot of unproductive time, Mr. Tahir. There's been numerous responses, and so. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tahir. I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you for everyone who provided a public comment to the board. Public forum is a very important, transparent component of the board meetings here, and so we do take everyone's comments and appreciate everyone's patience as we got through public forum. With that, I think we're ready to move on to our first item of board business, which is consideration of the board meeting minutes from the prior board meeting. Ms. Well, look to the board. Are there any adjustments? And if not, would be open to a motion.
I'll move to adopt the minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Board meeting minutes are adopted, and that brings us to a tranche of uncontested items. Item number 2 and item number 3. The fact they're uncontested means that everyone did a good job on them. Just looking to see, in case no one looking to speak, looking to see if any board members have any adjustments or would like to pull any of the uncontested items off. Hearing none, might be ready for a motion.
I move adoption of uncontested items number 2 and 3.
A second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The items are adopted. And that now brings us to our tranche of informational items. And our main item, item number 4, is our introduction to the water year. So look to Mr. Ekdahl to help introduce this. We're here this morning joined by our partners at the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation. And just want to thank Director Namath for being here as we commemorate the start of the water year and really try to prepare ourselves best for what, as we have always seen, is a lot of unpredictability. There are name placards for folks. Yeah, wherever is most comfortable here on the panel. We'll give a moment for folks to gather up.
So while folks are getting organized and taking their seats, hopefully everyone should have a name placard, and looks like most people do. Just want to say thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. We're here today to give a high-level overview of the water year that was and a high-level forecast of the water year that may turn out to be. So a bit of a retrospective and forecast. If we go to the next slide. The general outline will have information from the Department of Water Resources, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. We'll then pivot to kind of division of water rights centric series of slides talking about typical items that we've highlighted over the last year at our hydrologic updates, Scott and Shasta River, Clear Lake Hitch, a little bit about reporting and fees and supply and demand. And then at the kind of tail end, last but not least by any means, is a section on urban water conservation updates. And so with that, I will turn it over to Director Carla Nemeth.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. That's a beefy agenda. Thank you for having the department. This has, I think, become a little bit of a tradition that I rely on as a ballast for all of us. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak about this publicly and have the opportunity in front of the board. We are very much continuing to embrace extreme weather conditions and extreme conditions within the context of a single water year. Apologies up front if I talk a little fast. My family tells me I keep talking faster every day. And I don't know if it's a cellular absorption of the urgency of climate response, but here we are. So we've got a bit of information to impart. I'm going to talk about 2 things. The first is groundwater recharge, and the second is the department's upcoming half-day symposium on extreme weather readiness. But before I get there, just a couple of setup facts. You all may know that this past water year was slightly above average. Amounts of precipitation in Northern California, but it also ended with major reservoirs across the state holding at slightly above average storage. But as we all know, California is highly variable in how it experiences hydrology. So California south of Santa Barbara was actually very dry in 2025. And according to NOAA, it was last year was the 3rd driest on record. In those Southern California counties, and the 8th warmest on record in those Southern California counties. So we continue to have these disparities that we need to manage through. So that also means that our ability to move water around the state, plus big investments in water conservation and recycling, largely shielded that part of the state from any water supply shortages. But it does mean that if we get set up this year for a year that is also dry in Southern California or in other parts of the state, then we start thinking a little bit more intensely about drought preparation. So getting to our readiness for recharge, you're going to hear from Dr. Anderson that we are anticipating some pretty big swings the potential for big precipitation events in short periods of time, but also the potential for extended dry periods during what is traditionally our wet season. So all of that continues to put a focus on, when it is coming down, what are we doing to store that water? How does it fit into our system writ large? So as we are all aware, the Water Board and DWR, together with a lot of local agencies, have been working pretty diligently to make sure that we are ready for groundwater recharge. 2023 was that big year that taught us all a lot about how that system works. Things like technical and environmental support to water agencies that were ready to go to recharge, but also agencies that were ready to move forward with 180-day permits to the Water Board, and really starting to triage how we permit these things in an expeditious way, how we manage risk, how we manage potential questions, and some unknowns when our system starts to behave in this way. We do appreciate the board's ongoing efforts to streamline the process for water right for recharge, and reviews are moving much faster, which is good news. We're on the right trajectory, and I'm certain that our staffs together are learning a lot as we go and evolving the process to take advantage of that new knowledge. DWR is coordinating with 14 local agencies on emergency contracts to implement flood diversions and recharge activities. And all of that has put us on a path for, under this total initiative, an ability to have about 20 temporary pumps purchased, 620 acres cleared of orchards or vineyards in order to speed up recharge, and 15,000 linear feet of the subsidence damaged section of the Friant-Kern Canal has been improved in order to enable flood release capacity. So all these things, I think we have a renewed sense of urgency. There is no downtime, frankly, in water planning and management and projects, because we always have to be ready for conditions as they evolve. The department is also helping local agencies how to operate under Water Code Section 1242.1, which of course allows diversion of flood flows to underground storage conditions without a water right under very specific conditions. Our flood experts are helping local agencies understand these flood thresholds. And last year, we built a dashboard that tracks these kinds of diversions in the San Joaquin Valley in particular. This year, we expanded that dashboard to include the Sacramento Valley. So we're starting to see kind of the whole system and how it might activate if we have flood risk that we need to reduce, and our ability to get that water underground and do so safely. We are also developing aquifer recharge maps of the aquifer recharge potential, which identify what we call fast paths at the surface and in the subsurface for recharge to actually reach those aquifers. These can really help our local agencies decide where to put their efforts. We are also all in on enabling groundwater recharge with floodwaters through flood-managed aquifer recharge. This is FloodMAR. Lots of us are very familiar with this approach, and the department continues to develop better information and better public-facing information that can help with decision-making on these kinds of recharge projects. There is a FloodMAR public forum that will be held in Sacramento, November 5th and 6th. We traditionally do this in conjunction with Sac State. It's a pretty great event with lots of practitioners with good ideas, telling us where we don't have it quite right, and really getting us to stay focused on how we can make the most of our hydrologic swings. We do have an extreme weather symposium coming up that's going to touch on a lot of these topics. It's going to touch on a lot of the themes you'll hear Dr. Anderson talk about with this extreme year. It's also going to touch on where we are with water forecasting. So the department has significant responsibilities. Traditionally, our forecasting actually sort of lives in our flood section of the department because of the intense public safety associated with accurate forecasting. But all that information is, of course, used for things like Bulletin 120 that help us actually manage water supply when we have it. I know that's very important to the board. So we are still doing the work to understand aspects of federal cuts on the information that we have, and I'll leave it to Dr. Anderson to touch on that a little bit more. Of course, my colleagues from the Bureau of Reclamation are also here, but we will also discuss that in more detail at the Extreme Weather Symposium. One thing I think that's really important is the department's ongoing relationship with the Center for Western Water Extremes down at Scripps Institute. That's really helping us with a lot of better information and really tailoring the work that they're doing to actual decisions we need to make in the context of flooding events. And that was a big lesson from the 2023 atmospheric rivers. We had some of the staff from the Scripps Institute with us in our advanced planning unit, and there's really nothing like doing that for those folks to understand the kind of information we need to make decisions and how we make decisions in certain timescales to help us keep the public safe. So we will be leaning on those relationships even more significantly as we head into this water year. I want to say a little bit about a couple other things that the department is working on that I think touch on overall approaches and the importance of overall approaches to manage more extreme hydrology. One is this concept of real-time water management for the state and federal water projects. And that's where we in real time understand what's happening in the system. We understand better where when we have fish presence. We understand better the fish when they do get collected at the pumps. We understand I think with more precision with things like eDNA testing, how to be more responsive to our ability to protect threatened and endangered species while moving water. I will say that real-time operations is very human being intensive. There's a lot of assessments that get put together in real time to enable us to try to take advantage of storm events that we see coming a week out. And all of that relies on significant ongoing work in water forecasting and forecast improvements. So all of it is an intensive effort to enable us to operate with a finer dial to protect the species we need to understand those protections as they relate to the status of the population writ large. And of course, doing so in ways that are also different when we have extreme events and we have the potential for wet conditions to develop early in the season. I think I would just observe that just about every beneficial use is looking at that water with a renewed interest in what happens to those beneficial uses if our wet season is cut short and we have an extended drying period. So we're, to be informal about it, we're all in this soup together. Working to adjust to the potential extreme swings. And I don't think any one of us has a sense of relaxation when it starts to rain because we have more immediate experience that that can be short-lived. And when it is short-lived, to quote Dr. Anderson, when it's not raining, it's drying. And what that really means is that our increase in ambient temperature means that when we aren't experiencing the precipitation, we are building a deficit. And that is part and parcel of our new reality. I'm really excited to let you all know that the department, the State Water Project up at Oroville, completed its river valve outlet project, which allows us to draw colder water from Oroville, which will help us with temperatures in the Feather River. Not a moment too soon in terms of those rising ambient temperatures. This is a complicated, fairly dangerous project, frankly, with a lot of important technical expertise and engineering expertise. And the department's been at it for a good 12 months plus. And that project is complete. That's going to give us more flexibility in how we manage our system. I wanted to raise that because it is true that sophisticated and significant infrastructure fixes can help us operate this physical infrastructure to meet multiple beneficial uses of water. So that's been a real feather in our cap, and I think it's something that's not widely known, but it is an important adaptation at the Oroville Reservoir. And then lastly, I do want to touch on some work that the department has been doing in the Central Valley. Some of you may have heard me talk about it. We have a handful of major studies that are sort of in fits and starts and coming out. I think about one as kind of the West Side study, which is the State Water Project and climate adaptation for the State Water Project, which of course provides surface water supplies to the Central Valley through those West Side California aqueduct. That study came out this summer that really discusses what climate adaptation looks like for that physical infrastructure. Then we have another study that is due out in November, which is a regional conveyance study, which was the follow-on. If you remember way back when SGMA was passed, the department was required to do a water available for replenishment report. And this is the successor to that report, which is if you built certain kinds of infrastructure, how does that enable the water that is available for replenishment to get underground? We know a lot more about our groundwater basins now, particularly geologic profiles that will help us understand opportunities for infrastructure. And then the last tranche of studies is what I call kind of the East Side studies, which is 5 separate watershed studies, really going from headwaters down to the floodplains to take a look at how reservoir reoperations can help us manage flood risk, manage drought better in the context of climate change. All of these things need to be looked at together. I think it's really important that we understand all of these inputs, surface water inputs into the system, and how these systems all work together so that we are not double counting water or double counting water availability. And we can start to create a future where everybody understands what water is going where, how that water is supporting multiple beneficial uses. Because all of it, because it's going to come in more intense periods with longer periods of drought. So think about infrastructure investment, not so much as an annuity, that where you can rely on it year in, year out for a certain set amount of water. How we think about designing our infrastructure to capture these big events and then use it appropriately, again, across multiple beneficial uses to help California sustain drought, I think is part of our affordability solution, how we establish those partnerships, again, across beneficial uses to make sure that we are not only taking care of water use needs for economic purposes, but human right to water, environmental justice issues, and real environmental needs. So all of that, I think, is really exciting. It's exciting because it helps us talk about the reality of water that could be available, and what we need to do as organizations and people to work together to realize that potential. And I think there is significant potential, and we really look forward to engaging with the board on that into the future. So lots of things happening, big and small, that set us up for these kind of water years. And maybe with that, I'll turn it back over to you. I can answer any questions you might have, or you can pass it along to Dr. Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Namath. Really appreciate your leadership and being here. I think back through the years I've been chair here at the board, and just this convening was something that we didn't necessarily have before, where we were marking the start of the water year. And certainly through successive droughts, we've gotten to know a lot more about operations and the projects and the intersection, certainly, of the Water Board's administration of water rights and the projects. And so I feel it's really deepened these last years our common understanding, to your point, of this sort of system of systems that we're all part of. And what I look forward to, and I think that we have the opportunity, especially as we look at the update of the Water Quality Control Plan, we look at continued implementation, as you know, of SIGMA and all these critical programs that we have that we're working on, is, to your point, how do they interconnect? And how do we get a maximizing of all of this effort in these different pots and areas by looking at that whole? And I certainly feel that about water quality as well. When I think of, say, CV salts in the Central Valley, the work that's been done with Sigma to better understand that water quality work and make it real. And so I think that we do have an opportunity, say, especially with Water Rights Administration. We'll hear about the launch of the new Water Rights Data System, and can't help but feel that we'll be having a lot more of space in this forum to continue to talk about how we do that balancing collectively and how our programs all are working off of the same data. And to your point, we're really understanding the system we're commonly managing together. So it's an exciting time. It truly is, if not challenging, as we all well know. So I think that, really it's how do we continue to ensure that, again, our various agencies and programs are having that common understanding amongst each other. And I've only seen that grow these last years, and I look forward to what I know, especially just looking at this water year. How do we get to the specifics of what is Mother Nature going to provide us, but importantly, what are we going to do to best manage what the year may provide? So many thanks. It's appreciated. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions or comments for Director Namath off the top. Yes, please, Vice Chair.
I have a question, but just first really want to thank you all. I too look forward to these annual updates, and it just reminds me of how when I was a new member on the board in 2013, and then in 2014, it just felt like it was so much coming all at once, deer in the headlights. And so these communications, the ongoing collaborations, I just really appreciate how we continue to evolve and grow and learn from one another and do a better job at collaborating so that when those tough decisions have to be made, I think we're all better informed as to the options that we have. So I just have one question for you, and that is on the exciting area of groundwater recharge. And I appreciate that you touched on the permits and working with our team here and noting that the turnaround time has really improved. And so do appreciate that. But the question for you is how you make the distinction of technical assistance and being a helper versus maybe being more in the driver's seat. On a permit where I know you've worked with some entities where you take on the role that maybe a local entity would take on, and what your thoughts are in the future going forward with, maybe what the department could do to really help jumpstart some of these projects.
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's something that we think about a lot. And I would say this may be a little bit overly philosophical in response to the challenge, but I think a lot about the importance of water being locally managed in California, because there's a real accountability mechanism that happens at the local level, which I think is very helpful and essential as we, move into these more extreme periods. At the same time, so many of kind of climate challenges are sort of regional in scope. And so we are thinking pretty intently at the department about what the role for the department is in helping regions get together and talk to one another, even on those three huge, tranches of studies that I mentioned. Some of it is really about helping our information just connect with one another without necessarily, making a suggestion about where we move forward, but at a minimum, having the data start to connect to each other. And I think that that's true in the context of groundwater recharge. And one of the things that I think, just to a little teaser on the study, one of the things that I think is really, probably obvious to scientists who are much smarter than me about all of this, but one of the things that's coming out is that even though there's 5 different watersheds that have different surface water availability, it matters what's happening in the next watershed over about what they're doing with that surface water availability and how they're putting it in the ground or not putting it in the ground. Because subsurface, that water can move into lots of different basins. And so that's a real example, Vice Chair Diadamo, that we have to start thinking regionally. And I have to think that the department has a particular skill set in bringing together some of these local agencies around the available information, around what's maybe a more traditional planning role for how these projects can succeed and how we can make those connections to between neighboring GSAs or neighboring landowners to make sure that we are putting together permits that don't sort of day one get caught in a very intensive kind of tangle. So I think it requires 2 steps. The department working intensely with the board to understand the things that you are looking for, and the department being a voice for some upfront problem solving between multiple entities that can enable then those permits to get through this process faster. Because I think we all want things to go faster than they have historically. And I think there is a real role for the department in doing that in scales really large and small.
Thank you for that. Look forward to further updates from you and our staff on this. Thank you.
Yeah, and just a side comment on groundwater recharge permitting. We're talking about a lot of temporary groundwater recharge permits, and I imagine, especially as folks get more into a rhythm, those start to transfer over into more permanent, probably rights. And so really thinking holistically about the system and where temporary permits live, what's the long term, how do we incentivize and help folks kind of understand the differences amongst the tools, I think is going to be really important. And you all have been fantastic in helping to really unpack that, the recent law changes when it comes to floodwaters as well. So lots of work. And I do have one question, Director. I know that you put in a lot of leadership in this last update of the water plan and really trying to expand and really, and appreciated, incorporate even better the information that the Water Board has, say around water recycling or different aspects. I saw that there was recent legislation passed, and so just wonder, what your vision for implementation around the water plan and where some of this might live with us all.
So SB 72, which I think is also a real opportunity. I know sometimes as state agencies, we get a little anxious about targets and what that means and how does it raise expectations, et cetera. But I think it's important for us to have them out there to provide a little more focus as to the reality of what it takes to achieve them. Just in terms of the physical world and the hydrology and how climate is behaving, specifically increased temperatures is behaving, and how how issues of affordability are going to come into play. And then also fundamentally how we start, I think, building on some of the themes that were part of the most recent water plan, which was really thinking about things at a watershed scale. And how do we not just motivate local agencies in the context of integrated regional water management with money, and money is good. I was chatting with a former DWR director, Lester Snow, and he told me, he said, gosh, Carlo, when IRWM started, we would get these applications in, and it was lots of different agencies, and they would staple them all together and send them to DWR. And yeah, that's how it started, was how do we motivate local agencies to communicate more, just identify these partnerships across a region. And always funding is a great motivator, right? For lots of important reasons. But now I think we're starting to get the frame of, the physical landscape and thinking about things at a watershed scale, that we know if we can incentivize local agencies to think about that and maximize flood risk reduction with groundwater recharge, to help clean some of those groundwater basins, for example, and make sure that the surface water supplies that are coming in are supplies that we're using much more efficiently, but that we are also recycling, and how all of those pieces start to fit together. I think there's huge opportunities in the new SB 72 frame. And I just have to say, I do think there's significant opportunities to do more for the human right to water and more for environmental beneficial uses, because all of this will be expensive. There's no question. And so how the state and federal governments partner to help beneficial uses that are not as sort of market driven, if you will, I think is an important reality. And this will enable us, I think, to roll up our sleeves and look at that a little more squarely, and seek out real solutions that have broader public support than we've necessarily seen in a while.
Thank you, Director. Really appreciate that. Looking to other fellow board colleagues if there's any comment or question. And then just thank you for being here with us. I really, again, appreciate the opportunity for this discussion. This moment, having this as a forum is just really helpful, I think, for the public to be able to hear what's going on through our agencies, and just really appreciate the leadership and the time. I know how busy things are. So thank you, Director. I think next we can then go to Mr. Anderson.
All right. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Give you a look at the year that was and the year that may be. I want to start with a look at our oceans. This is what sets the stage for our coming water year. You'll see the blue color along the equator extending off of South America. That is the beginnings of our La Nina again. Maybe more importantly is looking at all of the Pacific Ocean north of Hawaii, and a marine heat anomaly extending across the entire basin. This is unusual. Importantly, how this relates to ENSO, La Nina tends to flatten the gradient of temperature from equator to pole. A marine heat anomaly accentuates that flattening. So while the tropical sea surface temperatures may indicate a certain level of influencing the atmosphere, these marine heat anomalies are accentuating the La Nina effect, meaning that high pressure will be bigger, stronger. The flow around it, all the more important. Let's go to the next slide. So here's the year that was. On the left, temperature. As we see again, most of the state found its way into the top 10% again. Almost every year now we find many of our counties in this space. Interestingly enough, along the coast, we had a more active marine layer this year, and you can see the influence of it, where we have counties that actually came in near average. On the precip side, we see the story of up north, where we had the storm activity last year, almost always I-80 and north. We ended up above average, but not by much. And certainly down south, things were extraordinarily dry. Remember, there were two key storms, one in November where the Russian River region around Santa Rosa, 40% of the water year precip fell in 1 week. So while the seasonal total looks great, how it shows up, particularly when it shows up so much at once, makes it a little more challenging to figure out how the water's going to be available and move through the systems. The second one was in February, and that storm that did reach all the way down to the LA Basin, in some cases was the first precip of the water year for them. That's a really, really late start, as it's almost the end of the wet season for them. Let's go to the next slide. And here, just to show from our friends at the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes, the keys to our wet water years, or those above average years, are the stronger atmospheric rivers. And this year, you see none of them made it south of Monterey Bay. That is really exceptional. And you see then with the precip map, again, the southwestern U.S. really being dry. And that is consistent with our expectations with La Nina. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so just kind of looking at how that jet stream works under La Nina. And the key is that high pressure system, showing us a little tiny high here in the graphic. Reality is that high pressure can be strong enough to extend across the entire Pacific Basin. How the jet stream flows around it is really important. Right now, we're seeing it follow more of that purple pathway, where we're seeing heavy rains lasting 3 to 5 days at a time, impacting Alaska. And that we really keep an eye on that, because that pattern of how long those storms stay coherent and impact a given region give us an idea of what happens when they do come and visit us. That possibility of that red pathway where the storms undercut, get closer to the tropics, can draw in more water vapor. This is when we get our extreme events, and we want to be careful because those are a characteristic of this water year for us. The other key aspect is where that cold air comes down, where the purple is moving southward. As that comes down, and we'll see that this fall, we have lows that come out of the Gulf of California. When they come down offshore, it's great. We get cooler precipitation, cooler temperatures. Works the way our historic hydrology really was meant. Challenge is a very short difference in it coming in and coming into the Great Basin. This is what unleashes the Diablo winds, the Santa Ana winds, which have a profound drying and challenging effect on our landscape. So really understanding where that happens this fall is going to be key. That pattern's already in place, and we're seeing it. The other piece we're seeing, and I want to just mention it, is we're still having the summer element where we see Eastern Pacific hurricanes, and you're going to see an element later this week where the moisture from an East Pacific hurricane being drawn off by that cutoff low, creating bands of precipitation in the far north and in the far south of the state from two different sources. So a lot of complexity going on. And we will follow this as we go. Next slide. All right, so from our friends at the Climate Prediction Center, here's the expectations. First for October through December, hot. And a lot like our summer was this year, not those punctuated heat events like we saw the year before, but just a steady, everything's a couple degrees warmer. You might not even notice it. Moreover, our nighttime temperatures, 5 to 7 degrees Fahrenheit above normal. Again, not overly noticeable, but makes a big difference. We see the dryness. They're really focusing it more to the Four Corners region. More than likely, that will extend out to Santa Barbara. They just felt the possibility of those cutoff lows bringing precip statewide was enough to keep it at equal chances. Next slide shows January, February, March, and we see the change. And this is what we really want to watch out for. If you go to the next slide. All right, condition shift. And we've seen this pattern before in water years 2013 and 2022, where maybe we start strong, but come into the new calendar year, things shut off and go dry. And we're going to really want to keep an eye on that this year, because these give an indication that that is a possibility. The one thing we are seeing is Southern California is looking at another dry year. It's an area that's invested heavily to be resilient to these events, but something to pay attention to as it will begin to influence the system. I think that's my last slide. Yep. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I just maybe simple, not simple question, but oversimplification maybe of complex phenomena here. But when it comes to the ridging, that we've seen that really contributes to, our drought cycles there, is that expansion of that heating of the Pacific likely to create larger ridges for us there, or is it really just, as you said, it really depends on how the system moves through, and importantly, if it kind of, ends up pushing a system through to us or kind of below us, but just don't know, I guess, the extent of that ridging, if it's influenced by just,
It is influenced.
Extent
Yeah,
of
it is influenced by that heat, and it is something we'll want to watch. Now, one of the things we'll want to watch is how stationary the high pressure is, because over the course of the wet season, it can move around. And it's that movement that we want to be careful of. If it sits offshore from us, it's another sunny day over and over again. But if it moves back to the west, up near the Aleutian Islands, that's when we run into the risk of those extreme wet episodes. And this is really the storyline we want to follow those weather forecasts. Now, brings me to one other point, looking at the director that I said I would mention. We have had some challenges over the past 9 months with our federal partners. And as you know, we have a strong partnership here in California between state and federal to run our river forecast centers. And this is a year where we are going to have to lean heavier on the state contribution, including in areas that we haven't historically supported as much in the precipitation forecasting realm. We'll go through more of this at the symposium at the end of the month. And we're also, with the efforts we are taking to ensure that we have operational capability, working on what we'll call an operations boot camp for our flood forecasters at the end of the month, to really make sure all people who are serving in new roles are comfortable and ready to go. But be aware, there are challenges, and this year will not be like past years in that regard.
I appreciate that note, and just thank, and out of respect, I know we have our federal counterparts here, and we're not trying to beat up on the feds or what's happened there, but it is concerning. I know it's been concerning to the Western states generally. As a member of the Western States Water Council, we actually just passed a resolution at our most recent meeting, just highlighting, to your point, the critical need of all that data in water management, especially in the West. And I know our federal counterparts here know that, and there's larger discussions at play, but I just appreciate, I think for all of us, it's just a matter of making sure the data's there, and we'll figure out our balancing here with the federal government around it all, but we need the information, so I appreciate that point. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Godwin, apologies.
No worries. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and board members. Happy to provide an update on the water year that was. We talk a little bit about the forecast here. However, looking at the groundwater conditions, it's really a lagging indicator of how we've both experienced previous water years, how we've managed those surface waters, and how those surface waters and groundwaters have been managed locally, and what those conditions are telling us about future management and implementation of SGMA, among other programs. Next slide, please. So just to highlight the importance of groundwater in our state, most years we rely upon groundwater conditions, about 40% of our water supply, significant part. And just to highlight, the groundwater basins we're referring to are these colored shaded in blue on the map on the left, and we have approximately 515 groundwater basins that have been defined for the state. Next click, please. However, on dry years, we really rely upon those groundwater resources, highlighting the importance of management for those resources, and really engaging in resilient practices so we can recover when we engage in droughts and dry years, recover back to those conditions so that we do have that 40% there to rely upon under normal conditions. Next click, please. And amongst Californians, 80% of us rely upon groundwater in some way, shape, or form as a part of our water supply, if not entirely. Next slide, please. So just to tune in a bit more on those numbers, of those basins that are required to participate in Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, SGMA, those account for 90% of the pumping of our groundwater within the state. So a majority of those resources are now currently being managed under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and local groundwater sustainability plans. Next click, please. However, if we look further, SGMA identified several adjudicated areas, largely in the southern portion of our state. We add in those adjudications which are managed under court decree. We cover 95% of our pumping, so we're really managing a significant portion, if not all, of our groundwater within the state in this way. Next click, please. And that covers 83% of our population in the state. So really a broad coverage through the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act being applied and managed now locally. Next slide, please. So a little context here in terms of how we at the department both capture, store, and curate and provide groundwater data. We have traditionally used Bulletin 118, which is California's groundwater. And we produce that every 10 years now. This was part of our recent budget cuts. It was normally every 5 years. We're now doing this every 10 years. However, we've adapted that. And as you can see across the top, I'll be speaking today about the first two items, both the California Groundwater Update, just kind of where we're at in our recent update that is occurring now, but also the semi-annual updates, which we provide twice a year, and really reflect the magnitude of the data that is now coming into us about groundwater conditions and how locals are implementing SGMA and demonstrating their progress. But I want to highlight that third item because I'm not going to talk a lot about it more after this. In this transition to an every 10-year package produced document, published document, we're now transitioning to Cal Groundwater Live, which is all of this data coming in and curated in a fashion that locals, public, and practitioners can all access this information and see what's happening at almost near real time. We're really working hard on getting these data turned around quickly so it's accessible and usable and really informing management decisions. So next slide, please. Oh, I guess Stephen had a click in here. I'm filling in for Stephen Springhorn. He is our lead of the Technical Assistance Program within the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. So a quick highlight on Cal Groundwater Bulletin 118 update for 2025. In general, we're going to be releasing, there's primarily two documents. There's a highlights document, which really keys in on the summary findings and the key findings of the broader statewide report. The statewide report is in excess of 1,000 pages and full of information. Just this document, we can dig in on this more later. I'm sure we'll be back to brief you on Bulletin 118 in the future. But generally, these are our categories and what our chapters and how we're progressing through that document. I wanted to highlight Chapter 7 in particular. It's really keying in on these regional aspects and really drilling down into some of the details that we haven't been able to do previously, but are now really opening those doors to engage more and provide more information on very localized information rather than broad statewide roll-up sorts of analyses. Next slide, please. So with this update, which we intend to be releasing somewhere late October here, we're in that month, we're in crunch time. We will follow that up with a 45-day public comment period. And also then reviewing those comments and incorporating them to finalize the document by springtime next year, ideally March, coinciding with Groundwater Awareness Week. So we'll be ready to really showcase the information that we've gleaned over the last 10 years, 5 years in this instance, to reflect the progress that has been made in our shift in the state to manage groundwater sustainably. Next slide, please. So again, drilling down, next click. We'll be talking a little bit more about just the semi-annual groundwater conditions update. This is really looking at the last from fall of 24 through spring data of 25. This is the 24 water year that we'll be reflecting on. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm a little out of sync. So again, next slide. We'll just keep going. So the general highlights, we've come out of we reflect on water year 23, which was extremely wet. 24 and 25 generally average, but with some distribution differences, as was alluded to earlier in Director Nemeth's discussion, with a little drier conditions in the south. Next slide, please. So we'll drill down and just look specifically at the groundwater levels that have occurred over the last year. The graphic on the left really is a nice diagram illustrating the distribution of groundwater conditions over the last water year. Generally, we see the green and cooler colors representing improved conditions, wetter conditions, water levels above or at normal. And we see a lot of those shades in the North Valley. But as we get into the warmer colors, we see some of those emerging as decreasing conditions, a little below normal conditions in the San Joaquin Valley, some of the desert areas. In general, the statewide groundwater monitoring wells, we saw 27% were below normal, while 41 at normal and 32% above normal. So we're still seeing that buffer, that resilience bounce that we get from wet years and increased conjunctive management, utilizing those surface water conditions, allowing the groundwater to restore and bounce back, so we have it during those drought years when we don't have those surface water conditions. Next slide, please. So another way to look at this is, again, looking at the trends over a period of time. So this is the last water year, and generally we see somewhat stable conditions in the North Valley with the yellow and cooler colors, but then again, highlighting the last year, a bit warmer colors down in the San Joaquin Valley and some of the desert regions. Next click. But we step back a little bit further and we look at this 10-year groundwater level change, and we see a little different story. We see some very hot spots in the San Joaquin Valley. But one thing to note here is over this 10-year shift, we see a significant reduction in the amount of dots, right? Those dots are monitoring locations that are now being implemented under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. So really just able to see very clearly that shift in the increase of available information to understand these basins, how they operate, and better inform our decisions moving forward. Next click. We take a further step back out, looking at a 20-year trend. Generally, we see still significant reduction in the levels of groundwater conditions across the state. This has been the trend in groundwater conditions. We haven't managed these conditions strongly and have become reliant on those groundwater conditions. And so now we're stepping into a space where we will start to manage those in a way that will be far more stable, ideally more resilient. We're building in those recharge capacity actions that Director Nemeth mentioned, and we'll start to build that capacity to utilize our groundwater as natural infrastructure and store more water there when available. Next slide. Again, highlighting the increase in groundwater monitoring, I think is the big showcase here. We're up to 9,000 discrete monitoring locations. That's a tremendous amount of information coming in. And of those, we see this increase, this shift that I've talked about as SIGMOs come in, an increase of 2,300 discrete monitoring locations, largely in the San Joaquin Valley. So we see a significant step forward. The department's really moving hard to provide technical assistance and provide new monitoring sites. We've installed 90 new monitoring sites with over 220 discrete monitoring locations. So that's really getting to a single location, but with multiple vertical locations, so we can see stacked aquifers and how they interact. And it's very important when we're trying to manage things like recharge for the purposes of providing for domestic drinking water supplies or abatement of subsidence conditions. We need to know where that water is going and how it's getting there, and then what those quantities are so we can make those informed decisions again. Moving on, next slide. So looking at the subsidence impacts in the valley for the last year, subsidence persists, and the department has doubled down and is currently has released a draft subsidence best management practice that is being reviewed. This is really going to help local agencies understand both why subsidence is occurring and then how best to manage that. What actions can they take to mitigate those conditions? It's very important because this deflection, subsidence is a deflection in the land surface due to overpumping and collapse of clays that are in the subsurface. That collapse and the distortion of the land surface is having a significant effect on our water conveyance systems. Very critical if we're trying to manage conjunctively our surface water, which largely occurs in the north, and our groundwater conditions together to abate that. So lots of work being done here to help mitigate this. The diagram on the right illustrates a time series of how those subsidence conditions have shifted. I'll point out water year 23. We see a significant bounce back coming out of the drought from 2020, 21, 22. We see very hot red subsidence rates, high rates in excess of a foot a year occurring throughout the San Joaquin Valley. We hit 23 and we see a significant shift. You see those blues, those are rebounds. Feels good, but it's a small amount. That's a rate of rebound of 0.1 feet. So a tenth of a foot of rebound. A step in the right direction and shows that responsiveness of the aquifer system, if we can take the pressure off of using the groundwater in those areas and rely upon surface water, we can start to rebuild those systems. So a ray of hope. But as you see in 24, we start to see some of those blue areas diminish, and the regions where subsidence is occurring start to expand again. So something we need to monitor, and the local agencies are working diligently to implement their groundwater sustainability plans to address these conditions. Next slide, please. And then last, looking at how our well infrastructure has changed, I think this is a very bright light here in that we don't see a significant race to install a bunch of new wells. So we have the lowest amount over the last 10 years of installations of domestic and agricultural wells throughout the state. And more importantly, we see the lowest rate of reported dry wells in the last 5 years. So I think the management actions being taken by the local groundwater sustainability agencies to address these issues, find operational conditions to enhance recharge, and benefit those conditions, and to both raise the water levels and make them available for domestic well users, but also they're exploring the implementation of mitigation programs at the local level. Where a dry well may occur, they will go out and help those locals address those conditions, either drill a deeper well, rebuild their wells, or whatever the condition demands. So we see a lot of action in this front. It's a strong sign, but generally the conditions, I think, are really driving these responses that we see. Next slide. And that's what we have for you today. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Godwin. Really appreciate that. What is not lost certainly is that California, as we know, prior to the passage of SGMA, was kind of lagging in the western states when it comes to management of groundwater, but truly feel, especially with all the data, to your point, all the new monitoring wells, all this information, and the sorts of discussions and investments that are happening, we're quickly starting to kind of eclipse, if you will, some of the other states insofar as leadership on groundwater. So just thank you. Thank you to the team and for the continued work around this. It's a critical aspect of it all. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, next, I think we have our partners from Bureau of Reclamation. Thank you so much, Mr. Nichols, for being here, especially given, as we know, during a current government shutdown. So, you being here in front of us actually speaks a lot to your dedication to this space, the transparency, and the continued relationship we have across all of this. So just at the top, true amount of incredible amount of thanks for being here with us today.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Chairman Escobar, and Vice Chair Diadamo and board members for inviting us today to talk about the prior water year. I have a few remarks before I turn it over. We can answer some questions if you have any. And I apologize for my voice being hoarse. I was at a baseball game on Saturday night, and I've not been able to recover. I was cheering on my Mariners up in Seattle, Washington, so don't hold that against me. So thank you, everyone. We have gone through a few changes this year, as you all have recognized. I am acting regional director, Adam Nichols. I have with me today in the audience, deputy regional director, Kristen White, and then Levi Johnson with me today too. Neither of them are acting, but we do have a lot of actings, as if you go through our roster on our website. I'm just going to make a few remarks before turning it over to Levi. 2025 was another dynamic water year. We balanced between on a knife edge of average to above average and kind of going back and forth month to month. It took a lot of coordination between our partners at DWR and across the state and federal spectrum. We operated to a new biological opinion this year, making adjustments on the fly, using that adaptive management process to do that. And then at the direction of both the president and the governor, we were asked to put water make water work harder for all of its beneficial uses. And I think we successfully worked together with the state and our partners to do that. So this is where I get into the place where I do a lot of thank yous. First, I want to thank the State Water Resources Control Board, your leadership in this realm, your staff, and their understanding during this time and flexibility really speaks volumes on how we all work together in this water year. I'll be thanking CDFW a little bit later, but I want to recognize them here since I'm recognizing the state folks and their support. CDFW has been very helpful in their helping get through some of our questions about fisheries through the adaptive management process, but I will be thanking them very specifically for a success that I have later in my remarks here. I also want to thank our friends at DWR, our colleagues who are our partners in operations, and also are in our solution space with us to help us find solutions to the challenging water issues that we're always facing. Last, I want to focus on recognizing our Fed partners. Without National Marine Fisheries and Fish and Wildlife Service helping us through this process and USGS and their monitoring, we would have had a challenging year. And so this has been a great opportunity to collaborate, and all this proves that the adaptive management process and coordination does work. I failed to mention all of our state contractors and federal contractors and water users. They all have thoughts and bring them to our attention, and we appreciate that, and that coordination helps make us better, gives us new ideas and fresh ideas that help us think through these processes. Looking ahead, Reclamation is still interested in investments in storage for both surface and groundwater storage. We have invested in several storage projects, some of which cannot be said in this room. And then also, we are interested in investing and continuing our investments in groundwater recharge and groundwater storage. We are very much moving forward with rehabilitation of our aging infrastructure to restore that aging infrastructure to the benefits that it once derived, and in some cases that it never derived, to restore those benefits that were intended. We are looking forward to planning process with the state and our state partners, and collaborating with our contractors and water users across the state to think of broad ways of thinking about restoring and building and infrastructure into the future so that we can have a water resilient future. And last, before I turn it over to Levi or answer any of your questions, I want to highlight a success. The San Joaquin River Restoration Program, which is a near and dear program to my heart, which I've started working on in 2014, had actually worked on since 2006 when the settlement was reached. In 2009, we had federal law passed that said we will implement the settlement. It took a little bit of time, but by 2016, we had our first restoration flows to go through and connect the San Joaquin River from Friant Dam to the Delta. Major success. In 2017, we had a $300 million fish show up. Some folks will say that's a problem, but that was a huge success. Our first fish returned, our first spring run Chinook salmon returned just after we put flows in the river. Here it is, 2025, and I'm very happy to say that we had 488 fish, spring run Chinook salmon, an extinct species of salmon, now brought back to the San Joaquin River. And Chinook salmon are not really good at navigating, so they found 1,400 of our other fish in other estuaries and streams of the San Joaquin. This speaks to the success of what flows can do, but also speaks to the success of our coordination and collaboration with all of our state and federal partners. CDFW helped us with the raising those fish in a very small scientific facility, and their expertise in helping us move that along. Oh, a great deal of gratitude to CDFW for that. Also, big thank you to the state board for getting our 401 permit approved for our Sac Dam project, Sac Dam bypass project. I'm very excited to announce that we are anticipating, barring the government shutdown ruining everything, in November we will have a ribbon cutting that will execute our first volitional fish passage project on the San Joaquin. At Sac Dam. And thank you to all of our partners for helping get that done, including NIMS, CDFW, State Board, and DWR. I highlight this program because of the time it's taken to get here, the tenacity and effort that all of us have done collaboratively to get to this point. It's a huge point, and there's a lot to go, a long way to go, to get to a self-sustaining fishery population, which is the goal of the settlement. This year is a reopener for the settlement, and we are working to address those issues and move forward. But I think that we will find a path forward to do that with our partners and continue to move forward for a success on the San Joaquin River Restoration Program, which serves as a good example of how we all can work together in the face of HRL. And with that, I'll ask any questions, or I'll address any questions before moving it to Levi.
Just appreciation again for the tone and the relationship. I know these aren't easy issues, and there are a lot of disagreements in the watershed and tensions right now. And so just providing ourselves the best opportunity to try to speak honestly, openly, and transparently around those all, I think is just really important. And just so thank you. And thank you for highlighting what are bright spots out there amongst, a number of challenges we well know. I know the late, great Senator Feinstein would be amazed to hear those numbers here, as she put a lot into that restoration settlement. And I know that seeing it work has taken a number of years, but to your point, can help point us to and learn from ways to be able to continue to have successes out there. I do have to ask, because I know that this has been a topic here before the board. It's been brought up by our Delta Water Master, just when it comes to the future of the what was a USGS contract. Sounds like it may be a more private firm. Just want to understand, one, importantly, I think you well know that data serves not just, the permit requirements for reclamation, but for so many, and just want to make sure that there is maybe a process as that contract is implemented or the decisions that reclamation makes around the monitoring network in the Delta, that we just keep an eye on continuity of data and of the information that has been generated by USGS to this date. And just wanted to see if you had any sort of thoughts around the implementation of that contract, but importantly, just a commitment to continue to work together to make sure that we're all collectively having the information that we need and is important to us here.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Esquivel. So the Bureau of Reclamation did issue a new contract for a private company to continue the work of monitoring in the Delta. There was significant federal savings to federal taxpayers and water users for that, and we are working with still working with USGS in the transition period to ensure that the data is still available, and that I want to highlight that this is a year-to-year contract. It is not a long-term contract. So we are looking to find ways to make the best investments for for the federal taxpayer and for the end user of the federal system. So with that, we do have full intention of maintaining our relationships with USGS. We are under the same assistant secretary in the department, so we have a motivation to do so. But I do think that the board's interest in this, and I hope that you continue to watch out for us as we move forward.
Appreciate that. Yeah, and thank you for, being open to working with us just to make sure that, we just have continuity across it, and, the decision can rest, and importantly, does rest with you all. And it's more just, the quality of the data and just focusing on that side of things. So I appreciate that. So thank you, Mr. Nichols. Appreciate the quick exchange on it. It means a lot. Looking to other fellow board colleagues, if they have any questions or comments for Mr. Nichols off the bat right now. Seeing none. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Board Chair, Vice Chair, members. It's a pleasure to be here to provide a brief overview of the Central Valley project, conditions and operations as we kickstart this water year 2026. Next slide, please. Just to structure the next 15 slides or so, we'll take a quick peek back at water year 2025 and look at the antecedent conditions, give a quick snapshot of our CVP reservoirs. We'll look at the 3-month precip and temp outlooks, complement what Dr. Anderson presented, and then just a few closing thoughts as we look forward to the water year. Next slide, please. Okay, let's start back in October 2024. So I'll direct you to the lower left, October 1st. This is last water year. Looking at the northern part of the Sierra, this is the 8-station index, and we'll see a fairly sluggish start to that water year. There was a reference to that storm event in November, and you can see that highlighted with that steep jump as we move through the water year. And as we move through to last October, we're at 56.6 inches total precip. And you can see that on the far right side of that graph. I'll note that these major jumps that we're seeing really are occurring in that December through March kind of wetter part of the year. And as alluded to by Dr. Anderson as well, this is typical for California, that we will see huge amounts of our annual precip coming in these discrete large events. And so just highlighting that here. Also put a wet year on there, and a wet year just to remind folks of that wide band of possible outcomes for total precip. Next slide, please. Similar last water year, now going down to the San Joaquin. This is the 5-station index. Again, if we start down at the lower left, again, sluggish start, and as alluded to last year, it just never really was able to pick up above average as we walked through the water year, ending at 32.6 total inches. And again, plotted here, a wet year and a dry year, just to show those potential ranges of total outcome. This trend north or 8-station to 5-station disparity was alluded to by the director and by Dr. Anderson. This I-80 corridor disparity on full display here. And I'll also note it is very reminiscent of what we saw in 2024 as well for the water year. Next slide, please. So what does that mean for our Central Valley Project reservoir conditions? Let me direct you to the water year WY 2026 column. This is where we're starting off in terms of storage. And then the far column, percent of 15-year average, looking pretty good compared to the 15% of 15-year average, really across the board. Folsom, just a tad under. Federal San Luis, and then also Millerton a little bit under. But for the most part, looking pretty good. Also, I'll note the water year WY 2025 column. So where were our reservoirs at this time last year? And if you compare that, very similar. So a very similar starting condition, I think, for most of those reservoirs. I'll also note we're looking at volumes for discrete reservoirs. These, of course, are not operated individually. They are operated in conjunction. I love the reference to system of systems as part of the wider CVP. Next slide, please. So like all water years, water year 2026 will largely be determined by meteorology, magnitude, timing, type of precipitation, and then also the resulting hydrology. How does that precip make its way into our rivers and reservoirs? I'm going back to the 8-station index here. Hopefully you like this graph as much as I do. I use it often. I threw a bunch of trend lines on here. So we're seeing the possible outcomes. I will note, going back to the early months of the water year, October, November, so down in that lower left, it is important. We've heard about fuels. We've heard about wind and wildfire. Think soil moisture, especially as we start the water year. But I'll say that it will not make or break that water year. And really, we need to wait till that kind of December, January to get a sense of where the real trajectory of this water year is gonna end up. And maybe just to illustrate that, if you follow the shaded blue on that, that's the average precip trend. You can see the steep part of that graph really between that December and March, where the majority of the annual precip is expected to fall. Next slide, please. So similar for the 5-station, a lot of uncertainty this early on in the water year. What would my ideal water year 2026 look like? Well, you can imagine robust precipitation that follows this average precip trend through the water year. That is coupled with a strong snowpack that would then result in a very smooth and controlled runoff trajectory late into summer. That's like ideal conditions. And then I'll also just note that disparity between the north of I-80 corridor and south of I-80 corridor, it would be really nice to see that trend or those disparities close this water year.
From your mouth out to whoever
Yes.
out there could grant that, by all means,
Thank
yes.
you,
That
thank you,
would be
Chair.
ideal. I really appreciate that.
Next slide, please. Just some quick snapshots of CVP reservoirs. This is a beautiful Folsom Dam. So if we're looking on October 1st, this is this water year, the bolded 442, starting at around 442,000 acre feet. And then you'll see that average trend line will typically drop November, December, and then that storage will begin to build as winter precipitation begins to fill those reservoirs. Next slide, please. So let's head up north and look at Shasta. Starting condition, 2.67 million acre foot. Again, I'm on the left side, October 1st, a little bit above average there, the dark shaded blue line. Again, similar trend here where those reservoirs will be drawn down November, December, and then build up as the water year progresses. I'll note that this is a typical operation and a required component of our operations where we will draw these reservoirs down to have adequate storage space to accept these large storm events that hopefully will be hitting all of our basins this water year. I'll also note that like at Folsom, we are currently operating releases out of Shasta Dam for temperature objectives for fish species downstream. Next slide, please. Okay, moving down to the Stanislaus River in New Melones Reservoir, starting at 1.6 million acre feet. It has been quite flat the last couple of years. This is a large reservoir, and you'll note the flatter historical trend here as well. Next slide, please. San Luis Reservoir, this is our large off-stream reservoir connected to the California Aqueduct and the Delta Mendota Canal. It's a joint Central Valley Project and State Water Project facility. San Luis is starting off at just over 1 million acre foot. That's very good, though I'll note that the state side of San Luis is much higher than the federal side at this time. So ideally, good precipitation on the San Joaquin side and coupled with robust Delta exports would support the project, CVP and State Water Project, filling San Luis Reservoir. March, April timeframe can happen sooner, can happen later. And then that water is then drawn down to help meet demands during the peak summer season. Next slide, please. Regional Director Nichols mentioned the San Joaquin River Restoration Program, so we should talk about the San Joaquin. Here's Millerton, much smaller reservoir, starting off the water year at just over 250,000 acre feet. Millerton operations can be and is very dynamic. This is a function of storage, a function of upstream operations, function of downstream demands, and hydrology. Next slide, please. Dr. Anderson presented these 3-month outlooks from an operational perspective, trying to tie this together. Again, equal chances of above or below precip for most of the state of California. I'll note that any potential trend, and Dr. Anderson alluded to this, of a very wet early part of the water year, there's benefits there. Again, we are limited on what we can store because of flood control space. And so these trends of heavy early season precip that we may not be able to store completely, coupled with, in some instances, the spigot being turned off in like January, February, March, is definitely would definitely be a concern and not something that we would hope for this water year. Next slide, please. And again, the seasonal temperature outlook won't be able to add anything that Dr. Anderson hasn't, but from an operational perspective, as these temperatures for the first part of the wet part of the water year include more rain and the impacts to inflow to our reservoirs, as opposed to cooler temperatures that starts to build up a robust snowpack, definitely has operational impacts to us. Next slide, please. And of course, the snowpack is critical. These are just trends as we start the water year. Just remind folks, ideally we would see and expect our max snowpack in the Sierra around April timeframe. And then of course, there's the quantity, the location of that snowpack, and then also how the warming temperatures through the summer bring that snowpack down into the system. Those inflows augment river flows. They help meet demands, including a lot of discussion on groundwater recharge, and help CVP and state water project operations. Next slide, please. So looking forward, I think it's safe to say our CVP reservoirs, and I failed to mention Oroville. Oroville was gangbusters start of the year, over 2 million acre foot state water project facility. But set up nicely both from a storage perspective and so far temperatures as well. We'll be keeping an eye, of course, on that December-March precipitation. That's going to be key. We'll get very excited about the first big storm events, October, November. I do too. But again, remembering that really that December-March timeframe is going to be what makes or breaks this water year. And then snowpack, always critical, and really how that spring runoff is going to affect operations. And then also just a reminder that our Central Valley Project allocation season will begin starting in February of 2026. Next slide, please. Okay, so back to my favorite 8-station and 5-station. This is the monthly bar graph as we start the water year. The dark blue lines will show you the monthly averages, and just wondering what folks are envisioning for how that's going to play out. But this is what we'll be tracking. It is a blank slate right now. Next slide. And then I'll just note, most, if not all, the data presented here there's some fantastic websites out there where this is available for folks to access, analyze, and explore. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, Board Chair.
Huge thanks. Really appreciate all this information here and just being able, like we've said, just have this moment at the start of the water year. Take a look back. Not lost as we saw those flat portions of the precipitation map. Really indicating how Mother Nature can just turn off the spigot on us, and why we're in this mode of having to depend on data, taking the water year as it comes, doing our best to prepare now, but knowing that there's going to be a lot of decisions that are going to be happening. And I think to that point, really would welcome both DWR and reclamation. Maybe we set up a little more of a regular cadence through the water year so that we can keep circling back on, okay, what are we seeing? And I did appreciate the brackets, if you will. I think of March Madness, and I think, there's a lot of us participate in brackets in our various offices for March Madness. Not dissimilar here, right? Where will we be landing month to month across that average precipitation? And we'll see. Maybe there's some good pools that are being started around just that. But I think nonetheless, either way, really feel confident. We have incredible minds at the projects, at our various agencies, prepared to have the conversations and figure out how we best manage a very complex system, but one that I know we're all incredibly proud of here in the state. So just thank you. Really appreciate you being here and the presentation and discussion for us. Just wanting to check in quickly with folks at the dais if there's anything for reclamation that came to mind currently. And again, I think what we should try to set up is just kind of a regular cadence through the water year so that we just start to unpack what are the specifics of what we're finding and help bring folks along. So thank you. All right. Next, I think we are transitioning to some presentation from State Water Board staff.
That's right.
Mr.
Thank you,
Ekdahl.
Chair Esquivel.
Thank you.
Just a note, I'll be giving the presentation today. Our three other regularly slotted in presenters are all absent today. Jessica's at a training, and Juliet Christian Smith, the new Deputy Director for Division of Water Rights, as well as Aaron Ragazi, are at a meeting for the Association of Western States Engineers, which is a gathering of all the water rights directors in the Western U.S. So I'm your fourth in line, and we'll try to do an adequate job. So I'll go quickly through a number of these slides. You've seen a couple versions of them already. Just reiterating, the northern half of the state was pretty wet and the southern half of the state was very dry over the last year. Let's go to the next slide. You've seen this 106% of average for the Northern Sierra. Next slide. 82% of average for the San Joaquin, and next slide. And about 86% of average for the Tulare Basin. Next slide. One thing I did want to touch on a little bit in more detail. You saw, I think in Mr. Anderson's presentation, the yearly temperature anomaly for the state of California, which showed it was, again, a pretty warm year overall. One of the major differences this year was our summertime temperature. So this graph takes a little bit of explaining to get through. If you look at the top, this is the mean daily temperature anomaly, June 1st through August 29th. So what happened this summer? And the blue colors are below normal by about a degree to maybe 5 degrees below average, and the red colors are above normal. And what you see is that for most of the state, especially along the coast, but also kind of trickling into the Central Valley, the Inland Empire, and much of the Southern California kind of urban centers, it was significantly below average in terms of temperature. And in parts of Sacramento, at least through about mid-July, maybe even into early August, it was the coldest summer in about 40 to 45 years. So it was a significant departure from what we had last year, where if you remember and you were living in Sacramento, it was above 100 degrees, I think 25 of the 31 days in July. So if you go to the next slide, you kind of see these reservoirs that are notably above average for this time of year. That cool summertime temperature, it's not the only driver of where those reservoirs are, but it is a significant factor. You're using less water, you have to deliver less water, the groundwater levels are also better. All that kind of factors into a better starting point for this new water year. Next slide. I'm going to start jumping right into kind of water rights specific hot topics. The first up is the Scott and Shasta River. This is a graph that you've seen numerous times before. The Shasta River flows going back to about October 2023, so about 2 years worth of record. If you just focus on the 2025 portion, you can see that, again, we had pretty robust flows during the winter. But notably, this is the Shasta, flows stayed above the 50 CFS cutoff in the summer for the entire year with a little blip around late August. Again, the Shasta is subject to conditional curtailments, which means that we note that you're close to the flow requirement, and then the diverters work with the water master to time their diversions and focus their diversions so that they do stay above that flow standard. Let's go to the next slide. This is the Scott River. Again, very similar pattern to what you saw in the Shasta, but without the major reservoir on the Scott, it's more susceptible to just deviations in terms of temperature and diversions. Notably, however, the Scott stayed above its in-stream flow requirement for the entire year. And that's the first time that that's happened in a number of years in this watershed, a contribution of a number of factors. The local cooperative solutions, which do manage groundwater extractions. Groundwater was at a higher starting point this year than it has been in years past, which we think had a contributing factor. There were also a number of storms throughout the season, and those did make an impact as well. You can see at the far right side of this graph, the little green bars that come up. And let's go to the next slide. Just a bit more about the Scott and Shasta. You can see Scott River current flows of about 57 CFS. The October flow requirement is 40. In Shasta, it's about 151. The October flow requirement is 105. And Dwinelle Reservoir is at a significantly higher starting point than it was in 2024. So those are all good conditions for the start of the water year. It still will very much depend on what precipitation we do get, what the snowpack looks like, but overall a good starting point. In terms of curtailments, I mentioned the Shasta River already. The Scott River stayed above its flow. There was that one-day anomaly. We did talk about this at a previous board meeting where there was an issue with the USGS gauge. Since that time, we've been working with both the water master and diverters to make sure that we take multiple readings at that gauge to make sure that we're tracking actual and accurate flow numbers in the Scott as best we can. Next slide, please. Again, I've kind of talked about this dynamic flows this year with storm systems moving through. There was the issue at the USGS gauge. I've talked about that. And let's move to the next slide. One other thing to note in the Shasta River, there have been ongoing studies in the Shasta River, including in the Shasta Canyon, to improve our understanding of how in-stream flows will support or do support salmonid habitat. There was also a temporary flow modification study, or an attempted temporary flow modification study, August 19th through September 3rd. This goes back to the resolution that was adopted by the board last October, which allowed for kind of scientific studies to vary that flow to see what happened to temperature, salmonid habitat, and other factors. As the bullet below that, difficult to manage flows due to storms. And so they weren't able to maintain those kind of lower flow targets or the higher flow targets like they were intending. I think there were still lessons learned. They're being compiled right now, but there is an opportunity to repeat the study next year if warranted. And then the last bullet, the Chinook salmon are here as of October 2nd, about 183 in the Scott and about 4,000 in the Shasta. Those numbers are consistent with what we've seen over the last couple of years. Next slide, please. One last note, there was a recent legislation, Assembly Bill 263, that extends the board's emergency regulation from now through January 1st, 2031, or until the board adopts permanent rules establishing and implementing long-term in-stream flow requirements. We'll talk more about AB 263 at the November 4th board meeting, where we have scheduled an annual kind of update before the board. This again was one of the elements of last October's resolution, which asked staff to come back and provide an update about a year in, showing where we were in terms of the in-stream flow study, the scientific basis work, and just kind of an overall status update. So that will be scheduled for November 4th. Next slide, please. I'm going to jump watersheds very quickly. Next to Clear Lake Hitch. The Clear Lake watershed had nearly average precipitation, the 106, that's again for the kind of 8-station index, but it was also above average in the Clear Lake watershed itself. Our emergency info order regulations did expire. We had adopted those in 2024. They expired in early 2025. But of note, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service has proposed a threatened ESA status listing for the hitch. That process is ongoing. There's a number of coordination and engagement efforts that are currently underway. We're working, as we have been for the last couple of years, with the Clear Lake Hitch Task Force, with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, a number of tribes, and a number of local agencies. There's an ongoing groundwater surface water study that we should have preliminary results for, I believe, in the next year to year and a half. And stream and well gauging has continued. We continue to work very collaboratively with diverters and water users in the watershed, and really want to extend our thanks again to both the tribes as well as the landowners and the agricultural community in that collaborative process that's been going on for now 2+ years. Expected by the end of the year, CDFW is slated to provide a habitat and flow study to us. And so we'll update more when we see that. And the USGS and CDFW will continue to produce their population survey results. One last thing to note on the hitch: in 2023, the 2022 December into 2023, which emerged to be very wet, we saw really fantastic numbers of hitch kind of come out of nowhere. We've seen similar flows in 24 and 25, but have not seen the same level of hitch return. And so that's an ongoing question. What is driving that population dynamic? What is driving that level of return, even with flows that have been kind of on par, maybe not quite as high as they were in 2023, but still pretty good and much better compared to what we saw in the drought. So there's a lot of dynamics in Clear Lake. There's a lot of water quality issues. There's invasive species issues, and this will be an ongoing topic of discussion. Next slide, please. You recently saw an update on our supply and demand assessment project, so I'm not going to go through too much here. Just a note that we now are up to 18 watersheds in total, which is a good number. We're pretty pleased with it. The data visualizations are available for 8 watersheds. And the public review for the Navarro River model is, I believe, out and available, and we should have more available soon. So the Navarro one is available for public input and public comment, and we continue to our ongoing partner and community engagement. Next slide, please. A little bit about the telemetry research project. We've talked a little bit about this before, but we did receive a significant allocation of funds in 2022, I believe, to develop a telemetry pilot project. We've been working with the California Water Data Consortium. They developed a strategic plan. They've been working with the community. They've done a kind of state of practice analysis and report for us. And we've since executed our contract. We have a field contractor selected, and we've now signed up the first volunteers to complete the access agreements and kind of do the alternative compliance plans. Right now we have 4. I think we have capacity for 125, although we do anticipate that a number of those will be signed up in the very near future. And just again, want to continue to thank the water users in the Russian River watershed. Russian River flood control in particular has been outstanding, as has Sonoma Water. And working with those 2 entities, we're very optimistic that we'll have a great data set and kind of robust understanding of what telemetry can do in the near future. It's tied into the Upward project, and there is a website for it. And if folks in the Russian River watershed are interested, please do look at that website, and there's contact information there for folks that might be interested in signing up. Next slide, please. I'm going to pivot again. I'll try and go through these pretty quickly. Water year reporting. We've used the hydro updates a couple of times to talk about just water rights reporting and kind of where that is, how that factors into the new data system and some of the metering and measurement updates. Water year 2024, which for reference were due on February 1st, 2025, or sorry, January 31st, 2025, only 54% were reported on time. That's about right on average for the last 10 years. Another 8% were reported within the next 30 days. Again, that's right about on average for the last 10 years. And then 37% reported either more than 31 days late or just didn't report at all. If we go to the next slide. Why are we highlighting this now? Because we now have late fees for at least the post-14 appropriative rights. These do not apply to riparian or pre-14 statements. We estimate this year that we'll assess an additional $740,000 due to late fees. That's right about where we estimated. We figured, doing some back of the envelope calculations prior to the adoption of the annual or the late fee in September 2024, that we would recoup somewhere around $600,000 to $1 million. So this is kind of right in the middle. Of note, 80% of those late fees are for less than $200. So this indicates that those late fees are really hitting those smaller diverters, probably less than about 50 acre feet or so. And about 25% of current fee payers, so this again is limited to the post-14 right holders, will be receiving a late fee in November. We have not yet invoiced these late fees. They will go out in November as part of our annual fees. We do anticipate that this will be a surprise to some folks. And again, we've messaged it. We included it in multiple outreach documents, numerous mailers, numerous letters, and that outreach really didn't seem to have a kind of impact. We'll see what next year's late fee assessments look like and whether there's a downward trajectory or not. Next slide, please. So again, a few more bullets here. New for water year 2025, which will be due in 2026. All annual reports will be filed in Cal Waters. That's our new data system. I have one more slide on that in a moment. Email confirmations will be submitted when reports are submitted. So the reporters will get an email confirmation. Of note, though, you will be required to have an email address to use Cal Waters, and that will be a significant change for some body of users. We anticipate it won't be a huge number, but that will be different than what we did in ERIMS. And of note, the previously submitted reports, so what you submitted in ERIMS or RMS was the reporting module, is already available in Cal Waters, and you can access that. You can amend those past reports if you need to. And so all of your historical information has been ported over into the new system. Last slide. I think it's the last slide. So Cal Waters registration begins today. And for folks that were paying attention to the previous agenda, there was an information item that we were going to do a full rollout of Cal Waters. We delayed that by 2 weeks. So we're going to come back on October 21st as part of that board meeting and have our information item then. There were just a few small tweaks that we wanted to continue to work on before we did a major rollout to the public, really focused on the kind of map-driven interface. It's about 97, 98% there, maybe even 99, but we want to make sure that when you click on a water right and it loads some of the graphs and the data, that it's actually loading the graphs and data for the correct water right. And we're working with the contractor to make sure that that fix is in place. We think it's there. It should be done by October 21st, but giving ourselves a little extra 2 weeks just to make sure that the rollout is smooth and actually is showing correct data seemed worthwhile. That being said, though, you can start registering or signing up for Cal Waters now. We're going to do a staged rollout. So instead of 40,000 water right holders coming in the first couple of weeks of October, what we'll be doing is mailing you a physical letter with a PIN number, and you can't start your reporting until you get that PIN number. We're going to mail out those in phases starting in late October into maybe early November. Your old ERIMS usernames and passwords won't work in Cal Waters, so you need this PIN to really start the process. That being said, there are a number of users and consultants who are already pre-registered and have been working with the staff for the last couple of months so that we've been working out little issues and bugs as the process goes forward. We think, again, that most of those will be done. We also do have some planned enhancements to that reporting process that should be done by October 21st as well. So that's why we're kind of staging the PIN just a little bit. And we think after October 21st, things will move much more smoothly. If people are interested and really want to get into the system, there is an email address there for folks to follow up with. But again, kind of coming a little bit later, late October. And then there is a public workshop scheduled for October 28th where we'll go through all this in more detail. And so that ends my slides. I do have one last thing to comment on, which was something that no one else touched on from our partners, which is the Colorado River. And if you look at or remember those kind of forecast, 3 months forecast slides from NOAA and our federal partners showing a bright red, hot and dry bullseye directly over the Four Corners region of the US, which is kind of the focal point of the Colorado River, the trajectory and the forecast is for significant supply challenges in Lake Powell and Lake Mead into 2026, which will be exacerbated if that is dry. There's ongoing work and collaboration between the 7 states through the Colorado River Board and CNRA, but we don't know the status of where those negotiations are going. And more than anything, it's just something to flag here for this board and something to watch because there could be potential conservation, water right impacts as we go into the future, but we really don't know. And we'll just have to stay vigilant and see where things go. And so with that, I will pause, see if there's any questions on that before turning over to the conservation team.
Great job. Really just appreciate the overview. Look forward to what I know will be a more in-depth discussion around the water rights data system, but just to plug, really excited and glad that it's still open yet for, water rights reporters to start to get into, even if we're delaying a little of the informational item. So thank you across all of that. Vice Chair.
Thank you for, that was a quick run through, but a lot there. Thank you for flagging the Colorado. I think at the appropriate time, bringing it in as an informational item like we've done in the past would be helpful. I just sit here and think a couple of times about streamlining opportunities. And in particular on when we get that update in November on Scott and Shasta. I know there's been a lot of talk about through their local cooperative solutions, along with their irrigated lands program and Sigma, to see if something can be done to kind of have a one-stop shop. And so I would welcome an opportunity to hear more about that, and just also flagging for my colleagues, if you're not aware, but the CDFA, I know Ms. Mogus has been working on this, but CDFA has its draft report out on a contract that they've been working on for a couple of years, looking at opportunities for regulatory alignment, streamlining, and the water boards is mentioned a couple of times in there. So this could potentially be, I think, a good project, a good opportunity for us to bring in CDFA and some local partners. So just kind of flagging that, and really look forward to the next round of updates on Cal Waters, and also fees for non-filers. I really am hopeful that that'll make a difference, and so looking forward to updates on that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, I think we're ready for, our last presentation quickly around conservation. And thanks everyone for the patience. I know it has been a long morning and this has been a long item, and folks are hanging on for other items as well. So really appreciate the space. Ms. Rodero, good to see you.
Good morning, almost afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Marielle Rodero, and I'm a research data specialist in the Office of Research Planning and Performance, and I will be providing the Urban Water Conservation Update for Water Year 2025. Next slide, please. Just a quick refresher, the Office of Research Planning and Performance has been collecting monthly water use data from urban retail water suppliers since mid-2014, over a decade now. These suppliers have over 3,000 service connections or deliver 3,000 acre-feet of water annually for municipal purposes. There are 404 suppliers in California serving about 95% of the state's population. The data collected includes monthly production and per sector deliveries, as well as information on supply augmentation and demand reduction activities. Reports are due by the 28th of the month following the reporting period, and data releases typically lag by about 2 months. Next slide, please. Reporting compliance is initially assessed the week following the reporting deadline, typically achieving about 85 to 90% compliance. A progressive enforcement approach is utilized involving 3 emails sent over 3 months before proceeding to notices of violation or NOVs if necessary. To date, no NOVs have been issued for failing to comply with reporting requirements. The most recent compliance assessment in September showed 90% compliance, with 27 suppliers receiving their first notice, 11 receiving their second notice, and 4 receiving their third. Next slide. This chart shows statewide monthly potable water production over the course of the water year spanning October to December. The current water year started out with higher than average water use from October to January, which can be attributed to several factors, including warmer than average temperatures and the fires in Southern California. However, as spring and summer progressed, water use moderated and trended towards the middle to lower end of historical use averages, corresponding to the milder summer that was mentioned. Next slide. So this chart represents residential per capita water use from October 2024 to August 2025, which is the last month for which current data is available. So the bar colors indicate the statewide average of the Palmer Drought Severity Index, which fluctuated between mild to moderately dry throughout the water year. It is important to note that the statewide average, doesn't fully capture the differences between the northern and southern halves of the state, as previously mentioned by other presenters. Nevertheless, the data does show that the residential water use did mirror the overall water use trends, being higher than average in the initial months of the water year and then trending lower than the average thereafter. Notably, residential per capita use decreased by as much as 15 gallons per capita per day from March to August. Next slide. So the previous slide showed that statewide California, had those sort of mild to moderate dry conditions throughout this water year. However, as we've seen before, there's a pretty stark difference between the northern and southern halves of the state. And so we sort of see that reflected in the water use data as well. Next slide. Just sort of taking a look back at the last 10 years of the data that we've collected. So our record keeping began during the multi-year drought that spans 2012 to 2017. And we see in those first couple years of data that, the lower water use corresponds to those emergency regulations that were in place at the time. Drought conditions gave way to wetter conditions, with a rebound in water use that sort of then fluctuated depending on the amount of rain that the state received throughout the year. Urban water use peaked in the 2020 to 2021 water year due to drought and COVID-19, then lowered again due to emergency drought regulations and another drought-busting series of storms. Since the start of data collection, the population served by urban retail water suppliers has grown, but per capita use has more or less stabilized and even decreased in some regions relative to earlier years. Next slide. And finally, a brief update on the Making Conservation a California Way of Life regulation. So as a reminder, as of January 1st, 2025, the Making Conservation a California Way of Life regulation is in effect. And for that first reporting year, 88% of urban water suppliers submitted reports. 306 were submitted on time. That's about 76%, and another 48 were late. That's another 12%. Compliance did improve after outreach from staff, and our team also did provide ongoing compliance support to suppliers that were facing severe conservation challenges. As of October 1st, 9 suppliers have requested variances and temporary provisions. This year's version of the reporting form was released on September 30th and can be found on our regulation website. And then the next reports are due on January 1st, 2026, and we will provide you updates at that at a later time. Thank you, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rodero. Really appreciate the quick overview on how we did on conservation, and continue to be pleased that implementation goes well. Reporting is going well, if you will, from water agencies, and continue to see Californians conserving through. So appreciate that. Looking to fellow board colleagues in case there's a question and comment. Thank you, Dr. Rodero. Really appreciate it. All right, we're coming to the end of this item. We do have one commenter, and so I'd like to call up Lorena Munoz.
Good morning, members of the board, or afternoon. I'm not sure what time it is.
Nearly.
My name is Lorena Munoz, and I am a policy advocate with Community Water Center. I'd like to thank the State Water Board, Department of Water Resources, Bureau of Reclamation, and everyone else for providing updates on previous water years, the following water year, and groundwater conditions. California has, or parts of California have experienced a period of wet years and flooding, which has shifted the priorities of State Water Board and funding allocations. But drought continues to be a serious issue and concern among groundwater dependent communities in California. Drought is ongoing, and we are still seeing the impacts of dry wells from 10 years ago. Drought conditions exacerbate the negative effects of poor groundwater quality and low groundwater levels, especially in communities, again, reliant on domestic wells and small water systems. State Water Board should continue to coordinate efforts with the Department of Water Resources and other relevant agencies to prioritize resources and programs that increase drought resiliency in rural communities. Counties and small water systems need resources and technical assistance to implement their drought resiliency programs and to mitigate the effects of drought in their communities. As we enter this new water year, I urge the board members to reprioritize drought resiliency efforts in, again, coordination with Department of Water Resources and other relevant agencies. It's important to be proactive as we prepare for drought. Although fewer wells have been reported to go dry this past water year compared to previous water years, wells continue to remain dry. And communities continue to worry about whether or not they will have safe and affordable drinking water when a drought emergency hits. And with that, thank you, and I end my time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Munoz. Really appreciate those comments and contribution to this. I completely agree. Insofar as we know, drought needs to continue to be a focus because we know it's only a matter of time before it comes back. And what I appreciate is I know that there's the DRIP Collaborative, Department of Water Resources helps coordinate, and we collaborate on. And I think that is a forum that we should continue to circle back on because the counties are there. And I agree, they're under-resourced. And now is the time to just figure out how we continue to better support communities through dry times and wet times and whatever those times may be in this coming water year. So thank you for that, Ms. Munoz. Really appreciate it. All right. That wraps up this long item. Thank you again, everyone, for the opportunity and space to celebrate, commemorate the water year and hear from our partners. Let us take a 10-minute quick 10-minute break. We'll come back here at 11:45. We'll move on to item number 6, which is the presentation of the Department of Water Resources on the land subsidence best management practices that have recently been released. We will then go to lunch, and then we will take the following 2 items. So want to make sure and communicate that for folks as planning. So let's go and bring ourselves back here at 11:45, take item 6, have lunch, and then we'll conclude with items number 7 and 8 after the lunch. Thank you all for, I know, a long morning. Appreciate the patience. We'll see you here in 10 minutes. All right, everyone. We can bring ourselves back. Thanks everyone for the break. And again, appreciate what's been a long morning here. We return ourselves to now item number 6, which is a presentation from the Department of Water Resources on the draft land subsidence best management practices. Mr. Goslin.
Okay, we're up.
Great, good to see you. Good morning. Thanks
Yes,
for
it's
hanging
still,
on. Is it still? It is still
it's still
morning,
morning.
technically.
Bright
For the
and
next
early
10
morning.
minutes, we'll say good morning to
Thank
each
you.
other, and then
Yes.
it's afternoon. Hopefully, we don't end up saying evening. I don't think that's one of these days, but it has been longer than we anticipated. So thank you. It's good to see you.
This is great. Chair Esquivel, board members, thank you. Paul Goslin. I'm Deputy Director of the Department of Water Resources over Sustainable Water Management. So it is really exciting to come here and present the draft subsidence best management practice document. And have Keith Wallace and Shane Edmonds give the presentation. I'm going to wrap up sort of on implementation, but you know, it's a very important topic, and I'll end with sort of discussions on how this is really going to continue that coordination between us and the board on Sigma implementation. And again, this is one of the major indicators, and we're really sorely needing having some good guidance and best management practice document for both the agencies out there trying to implement the law and our own staffs to understand what the law calls for, because this does not create new requirements. It just reflects what the current law expectations are. So with that, I'll turn it over to Keith.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and the board members for the opportunity to brief you all on our draft subsidence BMP document. As Paul was mentioning, you know, the purpose of this document is really to clarify, what the GSP regulations state is required, for subsidence, but it also to help, like GSAs refine their management approaches if that's necessary. Next slide, please. So today we're going to share with you really some current subsidence observations in California. We're going to talk about the purpose of the BMP. We're going to talk about a little general overview of what's actually in the BMP itself. We're going to go over our public comment process. We'll talk about our implementation strategy, as Paul mentioned a second ago. And lastly, we'll talk about our finalization steps. Next slide, please. So while subsidence isn't new, as our colleague Tim Godwin mentioned earlier, one of the drivers, for developing this BMP was watching consistent increases in subsidence during dry periods in the San Joaquin Valley, and then also really starting to see a subsidence in areas of the Sacramento Valley beginning to occur where it had not been previously seen, and so this was concerning. Sigma may have a 20-year GSP implementation period, but subsidence takes a really long time to actually address. And so we have to take action now if we're going to avoid undesirable results at the end of that 20-year implementation period. Next slide, please. So here's a closer look at the San Joaquin Valley, where there's two large subsidence areas. One in the Chowchilla Madera subbasins, and then the other in the Tule, Cahuilla, and Tulare Lake subbasins. And so in those areas, we're starting to see impacts to infrastructure, including federal, state, local canal impacts, also some flood protection facility impacts like levees and bypasses, and then also some impacts to wells, roads, and other facilities. Next slide, please. And then while in Sacramento, there are 3 areas that are starting to experience some subsidence, and that's like one in the Woodland area in Yolo County, one in Arbuckle, and then one in the Orland Artois area. And so similar to in the San Joaquin Valley, we are seeing impacts to canals. Here's primarily some federal canals, but we're also seeing impacts to levees and bypasses and wells, roads, and other facilities, just like the San Joaquin Valley. Next slide, please. So before we get into the details of the BMP, just wanted to provide a reminder of really what the purpose of BMPs are in general, and that is to identify the best practices that will assist the GSAs in implementing Sigma. So, but BMPs can actually be incorporated into future regulation updates if that's something that's needed. And so far, we have released 7 BMPs. One for monitoring protocols, another for monitoring network, for hydrogeologic conceptual models, water budgeting, modeling, We've got a draft sustainable management criteria, BMP, and then now this new draft land subsidence BMP. Next slide, please. And so specifically, our goal for this subsidence BMP is really to develop a document that's applicable to all basins throughout the state, whether or not that basin's experienced subsidence or not. And so to do that, we've got multiple subsidence management pathways that correspond to specific basin conditions. And my colleague Shane is going to talk more about that in a few minutes. Next slide, please. But before we go into those details, here's a general overview of what's in the document. There are 7 chapters plus 6 appendices. And so those chapters include objectives, uses and limitations, relationships to other BMPs, fundamentals of subsidence, technical assistance, land subsidence and SIGMA, and then lastly, land subsidence management. So now I'm going to turn it over to Shane Edmonds to walk through a few of these chapters.
Yeah, thank you, Keith. So we'll dive into a few of these chapters. Next slide, please. So the first one we're going to dive into is the fundamentals chapter. So the fundamentals chapter is largely technical content. It's designed to answer some key questions, including what is subsidence, what causes subsidence, how do you stop subsidence once it begins, is subsidence reversible or is it permanent, how does groundwater level management affect subsidence, and it also brings up a fundamental concept called critical head. It describes what is critical head and what role does it play in managing subsidence. And critical head at a high level is the groundwater level threshold below which subsidence begins to occur. It's a concept that's mentioned throughout the BMP. We have a new subsidence website that actually has a video describing critical head in more detail. Really recommend if folks want to learn more about critical head, please take a look at that video. Next slide. So subsidence itself is a result of compaction, which is a vertical decrease in aquifer system thickness. It can be caused by multiple factors, including groundwater extraction, oil and gas extraction, oxidation of peat materials, or tectonic activity. For the subsidence BMP, it's largely focused on subsidence caused by groundwater extraction. Next slide. So the fundamentals chapter has some key takeaways. The main takeaway is that subsidence is effectively minimized only when groundwater levels are allowed to rise as rapidly and as much as possible above the groundwater level at which subsidence can occur. It's really important when you're managing subsidence that your groundwater levels are adaptively managed to make sure you're achieving those subsidence targets. Next slide. The next chapter we're going to talk about today is the technical assistance chapter. This is another chapter that focuses on technical content. Some of the questions that this chapter aims to answer are: how do you measure subsidence? What is infrastructure? How do you best coordinate with entities responsible for the operation and maintenance of infrastructure? How do you calculate that critical head level that I mentioned earlier? As well as how do you model subsidence? Next slide, please. So for technical assistance, there's a section about monitoring. It goes into detail about different types of monitoring, including INSAR, which is remote sensing, continuous GPS station monitoring, spirit level monitoring, as well as monitoring through the use of extensometers. On the slide on the right is a screen grab from the SIGMA data viewer. It actually shows all of these different types of monitoring overlaid at the same time. So you can see the INSAR data in the green, yellowish colors. The black dots on the map are GPS stations that are currently active in California. The red diamonds are extensometers that are managed by the USGS. And then the blue diamonds are extensometers that are managed by DWR. One of the key takeaways in the technical assistance chapter is subsidence is relatively easy to measure, and there is quite a bit of monitoring that is available related to subsidence. Next slide. Some of the other key takeaways related to the technical assistance chapter is that future subsidence can be modeled based on the way you choose to manage groundwater levels, but there is uncertainty that's involved. As well as when you're calculating critical head, that's at one specific area. It's going to vary throughout your basin, and it also involves uncertainty. So that's a key takeaway from the technical assistance chapter. Next slide. The last two chapters of the BMP are focused on management of land subsidence. These present a mix of policy and technical content. Some of the questions these chapters aim to answer include, what are the best practices to manage subsidence under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act? Chapter 6 is all about land subsidence management under SGMA. These chapters also aim to address how your groundwater level management should be done with consideration of subsidence. There's also some general best practices of how to manage subsidence. It talks about how to engage interested parties and, importantly, in adjacent basins to discuss subsidence. As we know, it's typically not a basin-specific issue, it's more of a regional issue. And then lastly, how should a GSA or a groundwater manager consider managing their basin given its history of subsidence and the way they've chosen to set their thresholds for groundwater levels? Next slide. So to answer that last question, the BMP includes 4 different hypothetical management scenarios. These scenarios were presented as a way to guide the level of effort or expectations for GSAs or groundwater managers related to subsidence. They're based on 2 factors. The first factor is whether that area has experienced land subsidence historically or not, as well as where that GSA has chosen to set their groundwater level thresholds in reference to their historical low. So based on those 2 factors, there's 4 different scenarios, and the BMP presents actions that the GSAs should consider taking based on that scenario. Next slide. So the key takeaways of the 2 management chapters is that it is possible to manage subsidence, but as we know, it's difficult, and it definitely requires that overdraft needs to stop in those areas. As I talked about earlier, due to the uncertainty involved with some of the modeling as well as the critical head estimates, it's really best to set conservative goals when it comes to subsidence. And then lastly, there's going to be different strategies based on local conditions, as well as that regional coordination between basins. So that's another important factor to consider. And with that, I will pass it to Paul Goslin.
Thank you, Shane. Next slide, please. So this was a very difficult document to write, especially going from, we know what the science is, and Shane kind of laid that out, what the law calls for, which is to avoid and minimize subsidence, and what the requirements are for groundwater sustainability plans and the like. So filtering that scientific fundamentals through the law, and then the practicality of where we're at. You know, we're a couple years into implementation as this thing gets launched, how we're going to navigate that to get things moving. So besides the requirement of the law that we hold 3 public workshops and next slide, please, and present to the Water Commission, we've done that. We've engaged in a lot of other discussions and Q&As from agencies and other entities just to get some feedback. Because at the end of the day, as important this is to start really getting a handle to address subsidence, we need to make sure that we listen and we get this right. Because it is something we're hoping this is withstand the test of time and be a resource for all those basins out there, whether the ones that are experiencing subsidence now or even the ones that don't. And if they start to, for whatever reason, start to experience, this will be a tool for them how to handle it, because it is kind of perplexing when you haven't had it and you have it trying to figure it out. So next slide, please. So we did go out and hear a lot of Q&As that were outside the public comment. There was a lot of discussion, but we did get a lot of formal comments, both verbally at the meetings and written comments, largely following, obviously, through some good technical questions, as well as some policy interpretation questions, like how is this going to be implemented. So we're still targeting going through the comments, making appropriate revisions and targeting to get this completed by the end of the year. But that will depend on the topics, and we're still going to have a lot of good consultation and work with board staff. Next, please. So I want to go back to the scenario slide, and this was kind of one of the things we were thinking about. Like, you have some basins that are maintaining groundwater levels, and they haven't had subsidence, and really just depending upon sometimes where they are and their water demands, they're going to be sustainable. Like, and we've heard concerns about, like, do I need to totally redo my plan when this comes out? It's like, no, if you're sitting good, subsidence isn't happening, you're maintaining groundwater levels, just keep on keeping on, and it's one of the indicators. But as you go higher, ones that have lower groundwater levels, haven't seen subsidence, you need to be pretty vigilant if you start to trigger it. And then the 3 and 4, if you do have subsidence, depending upon how you're managing, we do expect more immediacy and responsiveness to the BMP. And that gets into the implementation about our expectations for what basins will do when this comes out. None of this, again, is new. They all have subsidence sustainable management criteria in their plans. This is to help refine it. Some are doing better on monitoring. Some have good projects in, but this is really going to hone in where they need to be. But the basins that do have ongoing subsidence, we are planning to engage discussions with them early on, probably the first quarter of 2026, to gauge their reaction to the BMP, the thoughts they have on the different facets of the implementation and how they're going to take that on, and schedules if they haven't really started taking action to address it, like what is the schedule, plan, and action very specifically to get there. And we do, this is probably something we're going to navigate on a basin by basin basis. Some basins we have under periodic evaluation right now. Some of the non-COD basins will have, they're developing those right now for 2027. And then there are some basins that are in the board jurisdiction, some with us. And as I told people, that's going to go back and forth probably through the entirety of SGMA. So that really speaks to having good, close coordination between the department and the board as we engage with these agencies. But we are going to also employ our continuous oversight of basin groundwater sustainability plan implementation, because if we do find a basin is not on track for sustainability or not following the law and the regulations, we can deem them either incomplete, inadequate, to move them along. So we are going to also not just sit back and see where basins are going, but it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that this actually happens and we help support the GSAs. So our local assistance and engagement is going to be a major component, even technical assistance. As Shane mentioned, there's a lot of technical concepts in here that may be new for some of the water managers. Critical head is one. So we can be there offering some modeling, some technical assistance to help them along, as well as some monitoring and other support, including facilitation, which is going to be sorely needed as they start getting into really tough discussions at the local level. Next, please. And so, again, the assistance runs the range of the tools we have, but we're really going to hone in and really sit down with these basins. One, not just posing them questions about what they're doing, but also what they need, because we are going to work with them shoulder to shoulder, but hold them accountable for the actions they take. And I do want to mention, and this was a major issue in the map doesn't lie, that subsidence doesn't stick to basin boundary lines. Another confounding thing with the law. So it really speaks to a lot of the basins are looking at, some of this may be caused from adjoining basins or a combination. And it really behooves us to sit down on a regional basis to address this. And doing it on a basin by basin individual is not going to probably really solve the problem in the near term, just because of the coordination effort. So that's something, some basins have already started those regional discussions. Some of them are going along well, some are difficult, but that's something we're looking to engage in directly with the basins, particularly on those basins where there's a lot more coordination needed, and especially in areas where some of these regional areas, we have joint jurisdiction. We have some basins with us, some with board. So the plan is we would be doing that jointly together down there with those basins, just to have the dialogue about the needs they have, what their plans are, so we can both understand sort of how they're meeting or not meeting expectations for our own, evaluation under our own process. So with that, I'll go to the next slide. And just reminder, public comment period's closed. We're still targeting by the end of the year. And then, we're really looking forward to engaging real good discussions with basins to finally get, a handle on subsidence and start to minimize and avoid subsidence in the future. So thank you. Next slide, please. I think we're good.
Many thanks, and just huge congrats. This is an incredible document, quite the synthesis. Earlier I said that it was obvious we were kind of behind on the groundwater work. This is, again, an example of, I feel, where we're accelerating and synthesizing and articulating technical understandings of really important issues that, I'm not seeing products out there doing similar. So thank you for all the work that's gone into that. Thank you again for just the collaborative relationship, truly, that implementation of Sigma has been between our two teams. These are not easy issues, and there's a lot going on at the local level. And so having that ability to have that synthesized position at the state level has been just really incredible. And including, and I know this BMP was mentioned a few times, certainly, in those basins in our proceedings here, and for those basins that, as we went through probationary processes, because subsidence is a huge issue in a number of the, as you well know, inadequate basins that are before the board. And so having this out there, having something to be able to point folks to has been just really helpful. And just here to completely support the implementation of this and the continued work around it. So much appreciation, Mr. Gosselin. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions or comments. Vice Chair.
Well, maybe this is, if you're not able to answer this, maybe Mr. Laufer, but just curious especially for those basins that we already have on probation and maybe we can't even talk about in some instances. So just a general question, where we assert our authorities and utilize a BMP where there may be a challenge as to the development of it, the process, and our utilization of that document. So just, I think I know we've got broad authorities and that, we're fine, but, want to hear any thoughts that Mr. Laufer or any of you might have on that.
Certainly, and this document is going to be incredibly helpful, both for groundwater sustainability agencies, but also for our staff as they go through the process of evaluating basins that come over here from the Department of Water Resources. But the board, in exercising its powers, first of all, I want to be clear. If the board is dealing with a probationary basin and certainly will evaluate what it's done for subsidence and can evaluate them and has broad powers to evaluate them against the BMPs that the Department of Water Resources is moving forward with. But then, of course, if ultimately it ends up in probation and the board ultimately has to adopt a plan of its own, of course, that will simply be a demand management plan, basically.
If I could add another facet too, and going back to the structure of the BMP, and we had kind of contemplated whether to also develop regulations, and we still have emergency regulation authority. But as we were developing this and looking at the various options that are under the different sections for monitoring and management, we have a whole appendix on the different management strategies as well as evaluation tools. It really fits. It's far less prescriptive than I think people expected. I thought it might have been a little bit more, but it made a lot of sense whether we describe that to afford the local agencies the broad discretion of the science and the means to control that. So evaluating it is going to be up to the local agencies to choose from this suite of options, the playbook on managing subsidence, the choices they make. And so it is a traditional guidance for local agencies where they do have a range of options. And I think back to our role and board's role is to engage with the agencies on those choices to make sure at the end what they're getting to is avoiding undesirable results, in this case, to infrastructure that's very mindful right now. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate those responses. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. I've been anxiously awaiting this best management practice for some time, so it's really encouraging to see it come to fruition. And I know you're going through the process right now of evaluating the comments and finalizing it, and I'll look forward to that too. So, yeah, my question is about that, the expectations around implementation of this. And I think critically it comes down to avoiding undesirable results, as you just said. Subsidence is occurring now. You've shown a number of maps that show that it continues. It's going to continue, and it's going to take GSA some time to implement these different tools that you've outlined here. So what is DWR's view in terms of the time horizon for implementing this as it relates to expectations around subsidence that's going to continue?
Yeah, and I get caught quoting Yogi Berra all the time, but I'll just say the future is now. So, you know, on each basin right now is implementing a plan that is supposed to, under the law, have a component, a sustainable management criteria component for subsidence. So going into it, they're all implementing this. Now this is going to be a refinement. So expectations is going to come down to, I think, an individual assessment of the individual basin. They're all very different. And the types of subsidence that they're facing and the infrastructure that's being affected is all very different. And then, again, some are on different continuums with what monitoring strategies they have, what control strategies, and other coordinations they have with infrastructure owners. So, again, each one of those, it's going to be viewed on an individual basin basis. So this is not a one-size-fits-all, but there is going to be expectation that there's going to be some seriousness and some clarity about when and what basins are going to do to address this, because it's not new. This is not a new requirement or a new topic. This was actually one of the foundation issues why SGMA was passed. So again, I think then talking on a regional basis, as we start getting everyone, we'll start shoring up. And really what we've seen, and you've seen it, we've seen it through our reviews, you've seen it through board intervention in basins. A lot of basins have really taken on some of the challenges with the law and really moved forward, and we expect to see that. So I'm expecting once we get discussions going, we'll really get a lot of traction and a lot of good movement going on this. So
Appreciate that, and I appreciate the consideration for tailoring this application to different basins as it makes most logical sense, and recognizing the investments that they've been making. We've seen that a lot with the basins that have come to us in the subsidence and in other undesirable result areas, that they've really made commitments to step up and address those issues head on. So thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate that, board member. And I think an example of that for sure is that the whole discussion around the lower aquifers and, you know, their impact on subsidence versus a shallow. And to your point, you know, it is needing to somewhat have a playbook for folks, because the specifics of the subbasins are always, you know, kind of unto themselves. And anyway, just exciting. So really appreciate all those points. Looking to see if board member Morgan, board member Firestone, good to go. All right. We do have one commenter and would like to call up then Tien Tran.
Thank you all for presenting on the subsidence best management practices document, and for, you know, the Department of Water Resources, all the staff that they put into this document. I know it's taken years, so we really appreciate that the information is out there. Dr. Natalie Escobedo Garcia from Leadership Council and I submitted a comment letter last month on the document. And we really appreciate that the Department of Water Resources made it clear that there's a connection between subsidence and drinking water. And drinking water is a beneficial use that should be considered when it comes to subsidence and its impacts. This was very clear when last year we were at the State Water Board at the Tooley's probationary hearing, and we heard from Pixley residents about subsidence impacts and how they were paying the costs for those impacts. The BMP document really highlights the importance of rising groundwater levels as high and as quickly as possible to mitigate impacts, and clearly states, the legislative requirements of SGMA and how it relates to managing subsidence. So we didn't have that many recommendations. It was probably the shortest comment letter we've ever wrote. But our comments were really focused on that piece around regional coordination and engagement around this really difficult issue. So some suggestions that could be helpful for basins, whatever they are in the process, could be having public quarterly sub-basin meetings. Sometimes we've seen a couple of basins do this, and sometimes they're more focused on technical staff coordination, but we do see having these regular meetings with local jurisdictions such as county folks also being invited so that they can provide updates on well permitting and how that relates to groundwater conditions and drinking water impacts and other impacts. Our second recommendation was on having public biannual neighboring basin meetings. So instead of thinking of subsidence as a basin issue, really thinking through how can neighboring basins work together and make sure that they're really treating this as a regional issue and have a regional plan to proactively manage subsidence. And then our last update was recommending that groundwater sustainability agencies sharing annual reports with local jurisdictions like counties, like the well permitting staff, so that they are very well engaged in what's happening in SGMA and are aware of all the different updates that are happening within the basin, and that, there is that connection and nexus between groundwater conditions and well permitting. Thank you.
Great comments. Really appreciate all of Ms. Tran, and definitely feel that it's really kind of better connecting the dots across the challenges that we're facing. And so thanks for being just a continued advocate for communities' needs and all of this. Much appreciation. All right. Looking finally once last time to the dais in case there's anything that came to mind for folks. And then otherwise, thank you again, Mr. Gosselin, team here. Really appreciate the presentation. Look forward to what I know will be a lot more discussion on SGMA implementation into the time ahead. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a lunch, and we'll again come back and wrap up our agenda with items number 7 and 8 and the board member reports. Let's go ahead and give ourselves 50 minutes, if you will, if that sounds about right. So we'll come back here at 1:10. And just appreciate everyone. I know it's been a long morning. Thank you. We'll see you here in about 50 minutes. All right, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. Thanks for holding over and really appreciate the flexibility here. Good to see you all. We're now here on item number 7, which is an update from our underground storage tank site cleanup and Department of Defense programs updates. I really appreciate here. I know what is a yearly update that we get to have around all these programs. Just an incredible workhorse at the water boards. Doesn't get the political attention some of our other programs certainly get, or decision making, but just really appreciative of all the work you all do in the team here, and looking forward to this this update. Good to see you.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and board members. My name is Steve McMasters, and our section lead for our UST prevention and cleanup programs under the Division of Water Quality. I'd like to introduce my team today that's with me up here, and giving the update, like you just said, on the underground storage tank cleanup, site cleanup, and Department of Defense program cleanup programs that we implement for the water boards. And also some of the supporting efforts and initiatives that we do to help enhance these programs. So with me today on my left here is Dana Cordano, who is lead on the UST cleanup and GeoTracker programs. I also have Julie Johnson to my right over here, who is lead on the site cleanup and Department of Defense program. We have Stephen Mullery, who is our lead staff over the GeoTracker data management system, and Rashani Dantas, who is our one of our lead staff on the vapor intrusion front with Tina Ures, but also Rashani provides lead support for human health risk assessments and the support we offer to our regional boards and local agencies.
Great welcome all this morning, or afternoon. Oh, gosh.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so today is really a first. Dana has periodically provided the UST cleanup program update as part of the UST Cleanup Fund annual update. But the site cleanup and Department of Defense program updates before the board have been very minimal in the past. So our team is pretty excited today to give you a holistic and big view of all the cleanup programs that the water boards implement. Our cleanup programs do play a key role in addressing burdened communities and legacy groundwater contamination throughout the state of California. Many of the burdened communities have a much higher percent of contaminated properties when you compare it to other parts of the state or other areas of the state. Additionally, although petroleum impacts to our groundwater drinking water sources are fairly low, impacts from chlorinated hydrocarbons and other industrial contaminants are orders of magnitude and within the hundreds of detections for our municipal supply wells throughout the state. Additionally, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, detections are actually approaching 1,000 detections in the state of California as Division of Drinking Water progress through their disadvantaged community sampling project. So these point discharges, which is the focus of our cleanup programs, will continue to impact our drinking water sources for groundwater until they're cleaned up. So proper investigation and cleanup of these sites is essential to lessen that environmental impact, but also by cleaning it up, we can promote reuse of these properties back to the community.
Really appreciate that. And just to emphasize, perhaps, certainly with all the discussions around housing and housing affordability, this work is actually, just as you well know, all the more important and fundamental. And so just really appreciate the space to highlight it.
Absolutely. And before I hand it off to the team today, I just wanted to commend my staff and my managers on the excellent job they do managing these programs and the hard work we do to support all the programs and everything else as well. But we also have to give kudos to all the other divisions and offices that help support this program, including the administrative services, financial assistance, our Division of Drinking Water, Office of Enforcement, our Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs, Office of Chief Counsel. We have our lead counsel back behind us here, and of course our Division of Information Technology. So we're a big team to implement and administer this program for the state of California. We also need to commend our 9 regional water boards and those local agencies on their hands-on and direct oversight of the investigation and cleanup efforts. So collectively, the water boards have around 360 staff for these cleanup programs, and we are overseeing or providing that direct support for about 7,100 contaminated properties statewide. So that finishes me. Let's move on with the slides so I can hand it off to Julie Johnson for her update. And sorry, I kind of hit the outlines here already for that. So.
Thanks very much, Steve. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Julie Johnson, and I'm the new manager of the Site Cleanup and Department of Defense programs in the Division of Water Quality. Running through the outline real quick, I'll provide a brief overview of the different cleanup programs, take a look at the fiscal year 2024 and 25, a glance. Stephen will go over GeoTracker updates. We'll pass it to Rashani for risk assessment support, and Steve will round it out with fiscal year 2025-2026 priorities. Next slide, please. All right, go ahead and next slide, please, again. Thank you. All right, so as Steve mentioned in his intro, the Water Board has 3 contaminated site cleanup programs: the UST Cleanup Program, the Site Cleanup Program, and the Department of Defense Cleanup Program. Today, I'll be giving that brief update on each of these 3 programs, the similarities, the differences, joint initiatives, and challenges and successes from the last fiscal year. So as the Venn diagram shows, that while distinct, there are overlaps among our programs, specifically around hazardous substance release origins, contaminant types, and responsible parties. For example, the UST and site cleanup programs have overlapping authority on petroleum above ground storage tanks, or ASTs, bulk fuel terminals, and non-petroleum underground storage tanks, or USTs. The UST and DoD programs overlap in the management of military UST sites, and the site cleanup and DoD programs overlap in the oversight of Superfund sites, also known as cleanup sites on the National Priorities List, or NPL, and military privatized sites, where former DoD sites are now owned by a non-Department of Defense entity, and cleanup is still occurring. So even so, the mission for all 3 of our cleanup programs is the same: the protection of human health, safety, and the environment. Next slide, please. All right, so as you've heard about in previous information items, the UST Cleanup Program oversees cleanup of leaking underground storage tanks with a focus on petroleum, and site types primarily consist of corner gas stations. The map on the right shows the universe of UST cases across California, with approximately 42,000 cases total and 1,300 remaining open cases, or about 3% of that total caseload left. California's UST program is administered on behalf of the United States Environmental Protection Agency, or US EPA, and our authorities lie in the Health and Safety Code, Water Code, the State Water Board's low-threat UST case closure policy, and Title 23, Chapter 16, which, as you know, just went through a big rewrite by our sister unit, the Leak Prevention Unit. Big shout out to them. So the non-petroleum USTs fall under the same authorities, with the exception of the low-threat closure policy. So this program benefits from a robust funding for oversight, investigation, and cleanup through the Division of Financial Assistance's UST Cleanup Fund. Close coordination with the US EPA, regional boards, and the 5 certified local oversight programs adds to the great success of this program statewide. Next slide, please. So the site cleanup program oversees a large variety of site types, ranging from small dry cleaners to very large Superfund sites, and addresses contaminants such as chlorinated compounds, perchlorate, petroleum from non-USTs, and also PFAS, among many others. There are approximately 15,000 SCP cases statewide, with about 5,100 open cases, or 34% of that total caseload left. Authorities for the site cleanup program are under the Federal Comprehensive Environmental Resources Compensation and Liability Act, or CERCLA, and the California Water Code, Health and Safety Code, and State Water Board Policy 9249. One of the large differences from the UST program is that funding is primarily through a polluter pays, or cost recovery model. This has been an ongoing challenge for the program, as there are few other financial options for responsible parties to pursue cleanup. The Site Cleanup Subaccount Program, or SCAP, that's housed within the Cleanup Fund, provides some cleanup assistance through grants, which covers about 110 cases, or about 2% of the open site cleanup program caseload. The SCP program coordinates and collaborates closely with the 9 regional water boards, the Department of Toxic Substances Control, or DTSC, and 14 self-certified local environmental health agencies through AB 304, which was established in 2022. Next slide, please.
Can I ask quickly, actually?
Of course.
When it comes to the number of closed sites,
Mhm.
that's closed sites since kind of what year? Just kind of wondering.
We would say, what? What do you think, Dana?
It would be since the start of the program. So for the UST program, that would be 1984.
Okay.
And then for the site cleanup program, it's roughly the same, but I would say we had more tracking roughly starting in the late 80s, early 90s.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Just appreciate that.
Thank you. Great question. All right, so similar to the site cleanup program, the Department of Defense program oversees a large variety of site types and contaminants. However, the DoD program organizes sites by facility type and release areas within a military base or installation. There are 4 main facility types: Military Munitions Response Program, which is led by DTSC, so that's like unexploded ordnances; the Installation Restoration or Active Military Bases; Base realignment and closure, or BRAC sites, which are bases that are no longer active and being transferred to cities and counties for other use; and formally used defense sites, or FUDs, that are no longer owned by the military, but where they are still responsible for the cleanup. There are approximately 6,000 DoD cases across California, with about 1,800 open cases remaining, or about 30% of that overall caseload. Some military bases have over 100 cases associated with them, and there are around 115 installations that are currently undergoing cleanup with water board oversight. There are more, some are just DTSC oversight, and so that's why we're saying about 115 with water boards. SWRCB provides the regulatory framework and authority for state oversight of DoD sites. And the DoD program is funded through the Department of Defense and State Memorandum of Agreement. So this cooperative agreement is executed every 2 years, and the cases and installations that are worked on and the funding for oversight are ultimately determined by the Department of Defense and Congress. The DoD program has perhaps the greatest amount of collaboration and coordination with other agencies, including all of our 9 regional boards, the Army, Navy, Air Force, United States Army Corps of Engineers, US EPA, DTSC, the California Department of Public Health, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Next slide, please. All right, so now that we've had some background on the 3 cleanup programs, one of the main similarities is that our programs are managed by regional board technical experts who are also the case managers. Since there is so much overlap in contaminant type and the steps in the cleanup process, similar investigation and cleanup methods are used across the programs, and all programs have significant collaboration and coordination among agencies. All of the programs use GeoTracker's project management and data inspection tools and upload electronic data, and also use it as a tool for transparency and communication with our agency partners, responsible parties, and the public. Lastly, our programs have overlapping initiatives, which I will discuss later. Next slide, please. And now for what defines our 3 separate cleanup programs. Each program deals with some differences in primary contaminants and their origins, or points of release to the environment. For example, think of the UST program and you typically think of only petroleum or gas stations. However, the UST program also includes non-petroleum USTs. Another difference is in the responsible parties: private citizens, the federal government, the military or Department of Defense, and also in the statutes and regulations governing the authorities for each program. Additionally, one of the biggest differences among the programs are the primary funding mechanisms and the associated programs for funding investigation, cleanup, and oversight. And finally, as we saw in the overview, caseloads are vastly different among the programs, primarily related to the availability of funding for investigation, cleanup, and oversight. Next slide, please. So this table shows the current caseload for open active, open inactive, and closed cases for the 3 programs. The takeaways here are in the number of overall cases. The UST program with the most statewide and DoD with the fewest, but some of the most complex cases, and the number of open inactive sites. The Stalled Case Initiative, funded by a US EPA grant, and the Cleanup Fund has drastically reduced the number of stalled UST cases. It's been very successful for many years. The Site Cleanup Program, with complex cases and only a limited funding resource through SCAP, has the greatest number of inactive cases at 1,100, or about 22% of the open caseload. So I do want to highlight the great work by the regional boards in all three programs, bringing thousands of cases to closure statewide and protecting human health and the environment. Next slide, please. So one of the main similarities I had mentioned was in joint initiatives. Our primary joint initiatives are efforts on understanding and addressing vapor intrusion, assessing the vulnerability of cleanup sites to future sea level and groundwater level rise, improving tribal and community engagement associated with cleanup sites, tracking, addressing, and closing military petroleum UST cases, and of course, the statewide PFAS initiative and PFAS cases in the site cleanup and DoD programs. There is a great amount of collaboration ongoing with the military and state agencies addressing PFAS at the DoD facilities. Next slide, please. So starting in 2019, the site cleanup program issued investigative orders to airports, landfills, POTWs, or the publicly owned treatment works, chrome plating facilities, and refineries and bulk fuel terminals to investigate for the presence of PFAS. These are non-drinking water orders and are separate to the statewide sampling of municipal drinking water systems in disadvantaged communities led by the Division of Drinking Water and Wendy Link, who we do collaborate with closely on all things PFAS. As you can see on the left, the greatest volume of investigative orders is in the Los Angeles region, followed by the Central Valley, Santa Ana, and the San Francisco Bay Area. The regional water boards have been making great progress over the years working through the PFAS investigative orders in their regions, closing out investigations and opening new cleanup cases where appropriate. So statewide refineries and bulk fuel terminals and chrome plating facilities make up the majority of these investigative orders. Lastly, of note, in 2020, an extension for sampling compliance was granted for the POTWs. Next slide, please. And so lastly, we have a glance at the challenges and successes from the past fiscal year. The challenges centered on variable caseloads with increasing development projects, effects from climate change, including extreme weather events and impacts from wildfires, navigating the current landscape with our federal partners, especially nowadays, and resource limitations to meet the volume of work in the programs. And now for the successes. So all three programs continue to improve and maintain really great agency coordination and collaboration. It is a huge part of our work. The AB 304 local agency program has been a success since it started in 2022, with 14 self-certified county and city health departments assisting with the oversight of site cleanup cases. We held the kickoff workshop for the Cal EPA Vapor Intrusion Work Group's upcoming series of technical workshops, and Tina Uras from my team was one of the team leaders on the recent Interstate Technology and Regulatory Council, or ITRC, Vapor Intrusion Guidance Update, which will be used nationally and around the globe. We are collaborating closely with DTSC and the Ocean Protection Council on developing a public dashboard showing all cleanup cases from both agencies in relation to sea level rise and groundwater rise projections. We are also developing a screening tool and interactive map for water boards cleanup sites to assess the vulnerability to sea level rise and groundwater rise and identify where site-specific vulnerability assessments are needed to understand how those impacts, how impacts will relate to remediation and site management. We have good coordination with the military and US EPA on managing military USTs and look forward to continuing this work in the future. Another great success is the risk assessment support that Ms. Rashani Dantes is providing for the water boards and our local agency partners, and you will hear more from her about that soon. And finally, one of our continuing successes is the development of new tools and refinement of existing ones in GeoTracker that enhance our work. GeoTracker makes our work possible at the scale that we do it. All cleanup programs use it for program management and data visualization. And above all, it continues to function as a public communication tool and provides transparency on our work in the cleanup programs. Next slide, please. And now I'll pass it to Stephen Mullery to provide updates on GeoTracker. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Good afternoon, Board Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Stephen Mullery, geologist and GeoTracker technical lead, for the DWQ's UST Cleanup and GeoTracker unit. It's my pleasure to go over the GeoTracker system's upcoming projects and priorities, some of which is related to the cleanup programs, in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So throughout 2025, we have developed a tank removal or unauthorized release module to support the revisions to California Code of Regulations, Title 23, Division 3, Chapter 16, which, as Julie mentioned earlier in her presentation, includes the DWQ's leak prevention group, and they went over with the board back in September. This module includes an electronic form for certified unified program agencies and their participating agencies to submit tank removal or unauthorized release information to the appropriate cleanup oversight agency. Also, the cleanup oversight agency will have their own set of tools to manage the submittals. The module is now fully functional and can be voluntarily entered by unified program agency staff. But please note that all unified program agencies are required to submit this information to GeoTracker starting on January 1st of 2026. For the stall case initiative effort, DWQ's UST cleanup team is working with US EPA and other state water board staff to assist cleanup oversight agencies with closing difficult UST cleanup cases. To assist with this effort, GeoTracker will establish a prioritization tool to rank existing UST cleanup cases based on selected metrics. The goal is to not only establish existing stall cases, but to also highlight potential cases to be added. And for the site cleanup program, sub-account program, GeoTracker will develop new features and a new report to help staff with their prioritization process and improve management of their projects. These new tools will require information from the Waterbird's State Cleanup Fund Improved Information System, also known as SCUFIS. So it is important for us to continue maintaining those existing data transfer processes from other databases. Next slide, please. In addition to the items from the previous slide, our section is currently working with local cleanup oversight agencies and DTSC to identify cleanup sites that may be vulnerable due to the effects of sea level rise. To support this effort, GeoTracker will be a repository for any waterborne sea level rise related data that is submitted by the regulated community. In addition, an electronic evaluation form has been added to sites in the system so regulators can add additional information to their sites. The information provided by the regulated community, along with these evaluation forms, will be used to help develop an interactive map that would show these potentially vulnerable areas. This map will be available for regulators and the public to view, as Julie mentioned earlier in her presentation. In the effort to support Cal EPA's vapor intrusion work group's efforts to develop a California vapor intrusion database, GeoTracker will continue to serve as the main data management system to collect and store vapor intrusion data for the water boards. In addition, we will develop new features to allow regulators and the public to easily export the relevant data. And we will also continue to work with DTSC staff to add these additional tools to the VirusStore database. And finally, our team was approached by Crow LLP to consult for their regulatory alignment study. The goal of this study is to identify potential areas of improvement that may create extra work, delays, and complexity for California's agriculture community and staff across programs such as the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and Confined Animal Facility Program. For this study, our team shared high-level details about some of GeoTracker's existing features that are currently used by staff or by the regulated community. When the result of this study is finalized, this may lead to additional updates in the system to better support both programs. Next slide, please. Now, as we go into the next fiscal year, there are four main priorities that we'll focus on. First, as the Waterbird's existing contract with GeoTracker's programming team, EcoInteractive, ends in 2027, our team will be working with DIT staff to develop a new contract. As part of this new contract, we will be exploring more funding sources to better support the over 12 different Waterbird programs that currently utilize GeoTracker. Also, our team will continue to work with EcoInteractive in maintaining GeoTracker's existing functionalities and developing the new projects that I mentioned earlier in this presentation. Next is to maintain and potentially expand GeoTracker's existing data
import functionalities from other water board databases, such as SCUFIS and the California Integrated Water Quality System, also known as CWICS, as these systems contain data that would be useful for staff in managing their projects. And finally, we would like to start exploring options in developing a way for regulators and the public to immediately receive data when there's any changes in the GeoTracker data sets. GeoTracker is our main case management and communication tool to the public, other regulatory agencies, the regulated community, and our legislators. The system provides key site-specific data sets, a variety of visualization tools, and multiple interactive maps to support this important work. In addition to GeoTracker, another crucial element to the cleanup programs is risk assessment support, which Rashani will cover next. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Stephen. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and esteemed board members. My name is Rashani Dantas, Senior Environmental Scientist with the Division of Water Quality, and I provide risk assessment support to the site cleanup and UST programs. Next slide. So in the cleanup programs, the goal of the human health risk assessment is to help provide certainty through the life of the cleanup case as to how contaminants could be impacting the health of communities residing on or near these cleanup sites. Due to the complexity of many cases, especially in the site cleanup program, risk assessments are vital to supporting decisions we make on cases. Is there a vapor intrusion risk? Do we close the low-risk case? The other aspect of risk assessments is that they provide a way for the water boards to communicate to communities whether a cleanup site is impacting their health or quality of life. Next slide, please. In the cleanup programs, we provide risk assessment support to regional boards, local agencies, and state water board staff. Generally, risk assessment support includes reviewing responsible party risk assessments, interpreting risk assessments for case managers performed by other regulatory agencies, such as the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, answering risk assessment questions from regional boards, responsible parties, and local agencies, and in some instances, performing a risk assessment from site data. Next slide. So risk assessments have brought important outcomes to many cases in the site cleanup programs. They have, just to name a few, they have helped ensure chloroform concentrations in soil vapor were not causing a health risk to a new affordable senior housing development. Risk assessments help local agencies with little resources feel comfortable moving low-risk cases forward because they know the community is safe. Risk assessments are improving the way the water boards communicate potential site health risks to those that are most impacted. Next slide, please. Now I want to provide an example of how risk assessment helped provide certainty and clarity for a complex UST site cleanup site in Orange County. Next slide. So an important part of the risk evaluation for this Orange County case in many cases is using multiple lines of evidence approach that the State Water Board and the Cal EPA Vapor Intrusion Workgroup are using for evaluation and decision-making at vapor intrusion sites. Often, vapor intrusion evaluations may rely on one line of evidence, such as a vapor attenuation factor or concentrations in one line of media, to make remediation and cleanup decisions or evaluate risk. However, for a successful vapor intrusion evaluation or vapor intrusion assessment, we need to use an approach that incorporates multiple lines of evidence to better assess the dynamic nature of the site over time and even help us communicate potential health risks to those most impacted, like the Orange County community. Next slide, please. So just a little background on the community. So for 29 years, this community in Orange County had been impacted by UST petroleum release from a former ARCO gas station. The former responsible party had left a lot of distrust in the community. Not only were there contamination concerns, but the remediation efforts were also impacting the neighborhood. This included street closures, air quality complaints, and other issues. This map shows the expansive soil vapor extraction system that was embedded in the community to help clean up soil vapor. A new responsible party took over the site and began to really try to support the community. However, it was difficult to gain their full trust due to historical impacts. In 2015, soil vapor sampling indicated there was an unsafe vapor intrusion risk based on previous scientific methods. Concentrations were over 26,000 times what was considered safe. 2024 sampling indicated that concentrations were lower. However, due to the controversy, the local agency requested the State Water Board perform a site risk assessment to determine if the site was a low risk and help with the next steps. Next slide, please. So the State Water Board performed a risk assessment using the multiple lines of evidence approach, which included numerous scientific interpretations of biodegradation of petroleum and shallow soil gas samples. Due to this holistic approach of review, it was concluded the site was a low risk. While this was an important step to moving the site forward, the concerns were how would you help the community trust the new science given all the historical issues? So through collaboration and communication, the responsible party and local agency were committed to supporting the community. After collaborative discussions with these entities, it was decided the State Water Board would present risk findings in person, which was uncommon for these cases. Next, we collected community data. The responsible consultant walked through the neighborhood, delivering notifications, and talked to residents to better understand their concerns. And then finally, at the community meeting, the State Water Board broke down the risk. Next slide, please. So how did we do that? Next slide. At the community meeting, the State Water Board established that we recognized the community's concerns and were there to answer questions. We ensured the community that protection of their health and community was our main concern. Next slide, please. We broke down the science in a simple way, explained biodegradation, vapor intrusion, and walked through a site-specific example to establish the transparency of our low-risk assessment. We used the community data we gathered to focus our discussion. Next slide, please. We gave the community additional time beyond the traditional closure comment period to express their concerns through virtual office hours. Next slide, please. Without the collaboration and risk assessment, the site may have remained open due to local agency not fully understanding the site risk, community upset because they believed their health was at risk, or the state closure process would have been extended due to unsuccessful risk communication. Next slide, please. Instead, the community understood what we told them and were comfortable with moving forward. After the in-person community meeting, the local agency received an email where a community member expressed they received clear presentations, got answers to their questions, understood the analysis, and were relieved that their community was safe. The success was also due to collaboration with a responsible party that took actions above and beyond to help the community and the local agency's commitment to supporting the community. So the ability for the Water Board to provide these holistic risk evaluations is critical to supporting the site cleanup and UST cleanup programs. Thank you for your time. Next slide. I will now pass it over to Steve McMasters.
Thank you, Rashani. And Rashani got applause, by the way, when she did that community outreach. And communicating risk is very difficult. And she's learning, and helping teach the regions on how to have these discussions is also very important. I'm going to finish up with our high-level priorities for this fiscal year for our cleanup programs. Next slide, please. First of all, success for these programs comes from our continued collaboration. I think we said collaboration about 8 or 9 times now. The leadership and the support we provide to the regional water boards, our federal agencies, including US EPA and the Department of Defense, our sister agencies, including DTSC and the local agencies on implementing these cleanup programs and the joint projects we just shared with you. Second, our group is committed to improving our programs through the development of those tools, particularly through GeoTracker, to help us enhance our evaluation of the programs so we can help progress those sites down the cleanup path. Lastly, we are committed to progress environmental justice and racial equity issues for these programs. Our role to promote cleanup of contaminated properties is pivotal to address legacy environmental justice issues. Our decisions should have a positive impact to all communities in the state, especially for those that are considered burden. So I think that's all we have today, and we will be open up for your questions. So thank you.
Just huge thanks again to you and the team. And I really appreciate the comprehensive approach here to the program and really kind of touching on other aspects, not just the underground storage tank program and the cleanup sub-accounts, but ultimately the DoD programs as well. And appreciated the notes on GeoTracker as well. knowing that, our data systems right now are in a real moment where we are trying to create greater interoperability. We have models, and importantly, as you've indicated, we're so dependent upon these systems in order to do the work, to track it, to communicate, to show, and be transparent. So across the board, just a lot of thanks. I think my one question is, we know through our discussions, obviously at the Division of Financial Assistance, and the cost of projects with inflation and other pressures just rising. I imagine you've seen the same, but wanted to confirm and really provide any opportunity for you all to speak to what's that meaning for the program as costs are increasing on some of these cleanup projects. And the pot isn't increasing with that cost, at least currently. Just kind of any thoughts
Yeah,
to kind of flag for folks?
The primary funding from DFA for many, many years has been the USD Cleanup Fund. Very clear, science behind the low threat, closure policy, and the science and the processes to do the investigation cleanup is very. I think they're getting a flavor now of the complexities with the site cleanup program. We're dealing with more persistent contaminants. We're dealing with DNAPLs, the dense non-aqueous phase liquids, which sink in the groundwater columns, and which adds to the complexity of the investigation, but also drives up the cost on the cleanup. And it's unfortunate, actually, that the site cleanup program, that the costs are very high associated with these sites. I do look forward to the work that we're doing on the vapor intrusion front, so we can kind of get that thing figured out. There's still a lot of uncertainty on that, and all the data that we're getting in and working through our Cal EPA supplemental vapor intrusion guidance and the processes on that, and feeding that data into the system, so us regulators and we can have a better understanding of vapor behavior. And where I'm going with this is, once we get a handle on that, I mean, we could be considering some sort of closure policy that for the site cleanup program probably would focus in on chlorinated hydrocarbons. But that's something that we probably should think about in the future. Are they low risk? Well, that's something we need to talk about, right?
I really appreciate that.
And on the UST front, so fresh back from the National Tanks Conference, where I got to spend a week with our state partners and the federal government, US EPA, all the states that implement the program on behalf of the US EPA. It is a struggle across the board right now. We know that with renewable energy and with EVs, we are seeing a decrease in our tank funds. And most states have a tank fund similar to ours, where it's like a per gallon fee. It's a fee-based program. So that is a concern we've definitely talked about. We have been working on projections with DFA about how long we have really for the fund before we make that switch. It's going to be a long time. It's decades, but we're updating all those numbers right now. But it's something we have to consider, and we have to consider if there's and we have to work with US EPA, we have to work with our state partners to consider if there's other models that we need to be working towards to address these problems, because the sites we have open now are a lot harder, they're more persistent. We don't close as many cases per year because they've been around for so long, because they're harder to clean up. And so funding is on our mind also at the cleanup, on the UST cleanup side. But we are working, like I said, with our federal and state partners to kind of figure some of those difficulties out.
Really appreciate that. Yeah, especially right now, I feel working with other states, figuring out, synthesizing is just a lot of what we're going to need to kind of lean on, I feel, unfortunately. And so appreciate that relationship I know that we have with folks out there. And it reminds me, obviously, of not dissimilar discussions, say, on the Safe and Affordable Fund. We know the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund will, go away if we're being successful with it. Similarly, when it comes to our dependency, to your point, on the mill and gas taxes, we're transitioning. We're a society in transition. So having those conversations now are just really important. So appreciate all of that. Thank you. We don't have any commenters, so just looking to the dais in case there's anything further from folks, question and comment. Just thank you again for the comprehensive update, and appreciate just all the incredible work that is going on there, and its plug into affordability, housing, all that work. It is really foundational. So thank you. Really appreciate the update on the cleanup programs here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That now brings us to our last item before board member reports and executive director report, and it's item number 8. And this is regarding proposed revised notification levels and response levels for manganese, or level for manganese. We'll give a moment for folks to swap out. And as we start, a note of appreciation again for the flexibility. I didn't think we necessarily planned on, I know we didn't plan on this starting mid-afternoon, so thank you. Appreciate
Oh,
it.
we're well worth the wait.
Very much so, very much so.
And actually, it's a good theme for manganese. It's been a little longer than we thought to bring this to you all, so we're happy to finally be here with it. And I was noticing when I put my tie on this morning, which is my, of course, MCL tie, that manganese is right next to chromium, 24 and 25. So here we are.
Working our way through the periodic table.
That's right, the periodic table. I remember the table, but not the order of all the chemicals. So, but yeah, we're happy to be here. Happy to get started on this, and good team here. We have Lawrence Sanchez, who will be doing the presentation today and has been doing the most recent work on getting our NLRL update here before you, and Dr. Maligno, who helps us with the toxicology part of it, and of course, Assistant Deputy Director Bob Brownwood, who spearheads the group and keeps them all on track. So with that, I'll let Lawrence begin.
Thank you, Darren. Good afternoon, board chair and board members. Today, I'll be presenting the proposed revisions to the manganese notification and response levels. In summary, the Division of Drinking Water proposes to align the non-regulatory manganese notification and response levels with the existing enforceable secondary standard to optimize public health protection. Next slide, please. As Darren mentioned, these are the folks up here on the dais, so I won't revisit that, but I want to acknowledge all the folks. There's also folks that have been working with us over the last year to come to this most recent proposal in our manganese work group. Next slide, please. So what are notification and response levels? Notification and response levels are non-regulatory, health-based advisory levels. The notification level represents a concentration considered to pose no significant health risk. For health and safety code, governing bodies should be notified be informed when this level is exceeded. For non-cancer health risks, such as for manganese, the response level recommendation occurs at 10 times the health protective concentration. Above the response level, which is the upper acceptable safety factor threshold, DDW recommends additional steps, such as taking a source offline, providing treatment, or direct customer notification to avoid consumption. Next slide, please. Under Health and Safety Code, DDW's Deputy Director has authority to issue notification and response levels. The Health and Safety Code also outlines the process for issuance of notification and response levels, which was followed and outlined in this slide. DDW sent out electronic notice with relevant information on September 4th of 2025. The process requires DDW present this informational item prior to issuance. Next slide, please. In 2004, the EPA established a health advisory level of 0.3 milligrams per liter for manganese. This level served as the basis for recent consideration in revising the notification and response levels for manganese to be at least as stringent as the EPA level. DDW further researched other agencies and recent health studies to develop an updated risk assessment. The technical documents relied on for the document available period were posted to DDW's website in spring of 2022, and the documents are unchanged. No comments have been received on the technical documents. During the March 2023 board informational item, comments were received from stakeholders and board members, and addressing those comments is the primary reason for the proposed updates. While public comment is not mandatory, outreach efforts ensure stakeholders remain informed and engaged. In summer 2024, the Division of Drinking Water staff have considered existing regulations and statutes, public health protective measures, and current water quality data to propose the following revisions to the manganese notification and response levels. Next slide, please. As a result of comments received during the March 2023 informational item, revisions are proposed to optimize public health approach by pairing the lower threshold notification level with existing regulatory levels. Aligning with the enforceable secondary maximum contaminant level of 0.05 milligrams per liter that allows public health notification to coincide with required notification when community water systems exceed the secondary maximum contaminant level. The regulatory limit of bottled water and water from vending stations does not exceed the same level, or 0.05 milligrams per liter. Therefore, alternative water sources exist that are regulated by the California Department of Food and Drug, the California Department of Public Health Food and Drug Branch, and comparable replacements that may be used for sources exceeding the secondary MCL. Next slide, please. So some details about manganese. Manganese is the 12th most abundant element of the Earth's crust. It's ubiquitous in the environment. It can naturally occur in both surface water and groundwater sources. It's a trace mineral, an enzyme cofactor that is naturally present in many foods and available as a dietary supplement. Exposure to high levels of manganese can cause neurotoxicity, and children can absorb or retain more manganese than adults, so they are particularly at risk. Manganese should not be confused with magnesium. In accordance with the National Institutes of Health daily estimates for adults, magnesium is required at hundreds of milligrams per day compared to only a few milligrams per day for manganese. Next slide, please. This slide covers the existing or current status or levels of manganese. There's a non-enforceable federal health advisory level of 0.3 milligrams per liter, which addresses concerns for differences in manganese content in human milk and formula, and the possibility of a higher absorption and lower excretion rate in young infants. Comparatively, the health advisory level for adults for acute exposure is 1 milligram per liter. California has an existing secondary maximum contaminant level for aesthetic concerns at 0.05 milligrams per liter that applies only to community water systems, and thus non-community water systems such as schools and restaurants do not benefit from the secondary MCL. The existing notification and response levels are 0.5 milligrams per liter and 5 milligrams per liter, respectively. Although most water systems meet current enforceable aesthetic standard that may also be protective of public health, some systems and consumers may be unaware of the potential health risk from manganese. Next slide, please. As discussed previously, the proposal is to align or complement the existing notification level or lower threshold value with the existing secondary MCL for manganese. Like the secondary MCL, the notification level for the purposes of notification will be based on a running annual average of 0.05 milligrams per liter. The response level or upper threshold value is 10 times the health protective concentration, which is the acceptable margin of safety at a single confirmed detection of 0.20 milligrams per liter, with two significant figures. Due to the semi-acute nature of the health concern, expeditious confirmation and action to samples above the response level is recommended. The proposed notification and response levels are 10 and 25 times lower than the existing values, respectively. Next slide, please. DDW recognizes that effective and actionable messaging is critical to the protection of public health. When regulators or regulated entities provide inactionable messaging, this can be confusing and can erode public trust. In the case for a revised manganese notification level, the maximum benefit that can be derived is complemented by the existing secondary maximum contaminant level for manganese. DDW will rely on a progressive compliance approach which considers public health messaging, improved monitoring and analysis and reporting, the provision of bottled water as a replacement source, in addition to prioritizing staff workload required to oversee these improvements, such as the communication of the revised health risk messaging and full enforcement of the existing secondary MCL for manganese, including revised applicability of waivers and implementation of source control requirements. Additionally, the revised notification level allows for public health notification to coincide with the existing secondary MCL, replacement bottled water available, which is regulated at the secondary MCL. Monitoring is required per the secondary MCL. Though non-community systems are not required to comply with the secondary MCL, they must sample at least once. Next slide, please. Zooming out, what are the manganese levels we're seeing at sources statewide? Using single sample values from past sampling to generate a conservative overestimate of the possible future, there are about 1,000 public water systems of all types with single samples over the secondary MCL or notification level value. About half of those systems have had single sample values above the response level. Since community water systems are required to comply with the secondary MCL, they should already be serving water below the notification level since it is the same value as the secondary MCL. Systems with monitoring waivers or non-community systems not required to comply with the secondary MCL may not be reporting manganese levels. In the next slide, I will discuss the estimated impact on water systems because of full compliance with the secondary MCL, which is based on a running annual average. Next slide, please. Review of existing monitoring data shows that a small selection of systems may be impacted by full enforcement of the secondary MCL. There are about 300 estimated community water systems that will require some form of compliance review, and some systems may have multiple impacted sources. About 30 systems may be operating on existing secondary MCL waivers, which may require new sources or treatment in order to comply with the secondary MCL. DDW will need to review updated monitoring data for another estimated 260 systems to confirm compliance with the secondary MCL. Looking at schools, there are about 40 which may exceed the notification level, which would require governing body notification. 10 school systems may exceed the response level, which DDW would recommend additional action, such as public notification or taking the source offline or providing treatment. There are another 70 schools that operate as public water systems that do not have reported manganese levels, and so monitoring will be required to determine the next steps at those systems. These revisions will ensure compliance while maintaining flexibility for treatment solutions. Proposed monitoring orders will establish updated baselines and clarify compliance expectations, ensuring schools and systems with past exemptions actively assess the situations. and provide transparent public communication. Schools which are not required to comply with the secondary MCL may, however, be expected to complete governing body or public notification because of the proposed monitoring orders and need to decide how to address their manganese levels in the long term. For communities unable to immediately comply with the secondary MCL, bottled water remains as an option as California bottlers must comply with the secondary MCL for manganese. Next slide, please. Most community water systems should be meeting the existing enforceable secondary standard that may also be protective of public health. But some water systems may not, and some systems and consumers may not be aware of the potential health risks associated with manganese. For systems with existing waivers, additional monitoring and implementation of source control may be required in the near term. Updating messaging ensures clarity, especially for vulnerable populations in schools and childcare centers. Revised public notice templates will replace the EPA's advisory level with DDW's revised response level when a source is not able to be treated or taken offline. Next slide, please. DDW has initiated outreach to the Departments of Social Services that oversees childcare centers and the Department of Education that oversees public schools regarding these revisions. Since the secondary MCL applies to community water systems, schools and childcare centers in these communities should be receiving compliant water. It is important to note that schools that are their own public water systems are not required to complete ongoing monitoring for manganese since they are not required to comply with the secondary MCL. The regulations require they monitor only once. However, DDW can order schools and other public water systems conduct monitoring and plans to. Schools can also be required to comply with the secondary MCL requirements incorporated via permit conditions. Next slide, please. As part of the revised notification response levels and to support timely notification due to the nature of manganese adverse health effects, DDW recommends public water systems request laboratory processing and reporting of manganese analytical results to DDW within the same month during which a sample is collected, but no later than 10 days following the end of the month during which a sample is collected. This is in response to the fact that analytical method hold times for manganese can be as long as 6 months, which diminishes the value of monitoring in the context of manganese public health implications and regulatory compliance. When a public water system becomes aware of manganese results greater than the response level, DDW recommends that a public water system collect a confirmation sample within 48 hours and request the laboratory analyze and report the result to the public water system within 48 hours of receiving the sample. Otherwise, the system should conduct public notification or treat or take the source offline. Just to summarize, the slide here shows the proposed notification level of 0.05 milligrams per liter based on a running annual average. DDW also proposed a revised response level of 0.20, two significant figures, milligrams per liter based on a single confirmed result. Next slide, please. The lowering of these health-based notification and response levels is the first step in a progressive compliance approach which supports existing regulations while communicating the need to advance the understanding and the solutions needed to mitigate manganese levels in drinking water statewide. Next, DDW will review and consider comments from this meeting, issue revised notification and response levels, update the health effects language in the public notification templates, work with OEHA to request and develop a public health goal for manganese, initiate secondary MCL compliance determinations, develop and issue monitoring orders, establish a detection limit for the purposes of reporting for manganese. And this is the final slide, so open to questions. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Really appreciate the work that's gone into this. Again, well, not again, but certainly gets a lot of attention are our primary maximum contaminant levels and, a lot of other constituents out there. So coming back updating manganese now on the response and notification level. And to your point, in preparation for potential, adjustment around the MCL is just appreciated. Appreciate the work. I know it's taking some time, but nonetheless, it's really important work and really appreciate the effort that's gone into it. We have one commenter, but looking to fellow board colleagues here. And also, I just did want to question, there was one question I had, which is just around treatment, ultimately. Is it granular activated carbon we're talking about with manganese? For those systems that, even to respond to the notification response levels that may be looking at putting in that treatment now, just kind of wondering what are their options?
Yeah, no, it's not actually. So it's
Yeah,
since it's a or an elemental compound, there are particles of it that will filter out in granulated activated carbon. It's a physical conduct, but it's not what's used. Normally it's an oxidation, reduction, and then filtration. So it drops it out, turns it into particles that basically drop out, and then it's filtered to remove that. So that's the typical. It oxidizes really easy. Sometimes it's just air sparging or oxygen, and so it's actually one of the easier items to treat. So it's not super expensive to deal with.
Very helpful to know. Thank you. Appreciate that. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and the careful consideration of the alignment of the notification and response levels with the secondary MCL. I really do think that's an improvement over the original proposal from a couple of years ago and gets us closer to something that is more easily identifiable with the risks and the consequences of manganese in the water as we're trying to better understand the health impacts. And it's just more implementable. So thank you for taking the time to work through that. That said, doesn't mean it's easy. I think you noted that there's 30 systems roughly that are under the compliance waiver presently. So, and you talked a little bit about implementation, but I'm, I guess, a little concerned about the timeline that those systems may have. I don't know if this is on their radar. Is this going to come as a surprise to those systems that get a notice from you pretty quickly here that they need the compliance waiver that they've been counting on and probably utilizing for a long time is no longer viable? Will you work with them in terms of if they need time to investigate and find treatment or identify what those solutions look like to transition? How would that look for those 30 systems?
Yeah, no, we're definitely sensitive to the fact that we're bringing two impactful groundwater type rules forward on both NLRL. So the PFAS order that we're going to be putting out shortly that'll take effect in the first quarter of 2026 will cause a lot of work for way more systems than the manganese side, but we know that probably potentially some overlap. So we're thinking of obviously starting the notification process, working with them, and then delaying until springtime or second or third quarter, kind of a bigger push forward with making sure that they're starting to achieve the secondary and giving them some time to adjust to it. I think we do face a very interesting public messaging aspect of this. For so long, we've been a bit cavalier about manganese, and it was just colored water, and you shouldn't have to worry about it, which was, of course, wrong, that we're basically saying now. But that education is now needed to bring people around to like, no, it is something we need to worry about. And by the way, brown water, even when it was considered healthy, wasn't, something that we wanted to see anyways. So this is a first step in a long line for both education, treatment, getting people adjusted to it, and working through it. We're when contemplating very future ahead, when we're talking about a primary MCL, we'll need to have different rules around our distribution system monitoring, since that's often where manganese shows its ugly side. You can be at a lower number in the source, and you can accumulate manganese in the distribution system if you're not doing proper maintenance, and then it can spike. And so it's gonna have a lot of little tricky issues along the way that we're gonna have to work through over the coming years. So you'll be seeing off and on manganese for many years to come, I'm afraid, as we kind of go through the process of increasing our supervision over it.
Yeah, appreciate that. And it is a tricky dance that we're doing here because this is a non-regulatory action that you're taking. And so normally, if we were at the MCL phase of this, we would be looking at economics and thinking about the feasibility of systems achieving whatever constituent, whatever the proposed MCL is. Here, there's not an economic analysis happening. We're not doing some of those steps for those systems that are impacted, which I have no idea what those impacts are sitting here today. They could be significant. They could be manageable. I know manganese is a pretty straightforward treatment process in the big scheme of things, but it's also, because it's ubiquitous, it's in many, many, many sources. So for those systems, if some larger systems are impacted, they may have a lot of work to do. I don't know. So just wanted to flag that as an ongoing area that I'll be interested in hearing more about as we go forward here. And then my last question for you is just kind of on that, thinking about the process of identifying, establishing, and setting drinking water standards. You mentioned, and I appreciate this, the public health goal and submitting a request to OEHA for manganese. So when would you imagine that might happen?
Yeah, so OEHA's fully booked with PhD requests from us. More importantly, working on arsenic and the PFAS compounds, PFHXS for us. We will have to coordinate with them on when they have space to take it up. If we add it now, it just sits on their to-do list. But I think it'd be better to hold off on that when they feel like they're ready to move, have capacity to take on something else. Then I want to confer with the board to decide whether this is the next one or is there something else that's taking its place at that time. So we'll probably bring that either at our normal February priority setting before the board and discuss it at that point or whatnot. But that's kind of the thought in my mind. It certainly deserves it and needs it at some point, but we won't quite pull the trigger until we've consulted with everybody at the moment of time the decision's necessary.
Thanks. More discussion to come, I'm sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Always plenty more, for sure. Looking to Board Member Morgan and then Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. So just want to thank staff for this great presentation and continuing to look into manganese. As you guys know, this has been an area of my concern for quite a while now. And so happy to see that you're taking this step here and really, and then also for including in just the difference between magnesium and manganese. So we've had conversations about that and just making sure that we're clearly communicating with the public and not raising the necessary concern around manganese, but also not raising the concern for those that do need to take health supplements for magnesium. And so just want to note that, I'm appreciative of this step, really looking forward to the next steps because I do remain really concerned regarding manganese and its just its presence in water systems and the associated health effects, not just the impacts of when it is colored water that it does have on homes, have on just those on health, because people don't drink water that's coming out of their faucets that is colored, but it also has other impacts on just the general life and well-being of those residents that are receiving colored water. So this is a issue that's particular in communities of color. It has been an issue for a very long time. So I'm appreciative that you guys are looking at it and really am looking for this to continue to move forward. And as we've discussed also, looking at the distribution side. So looking forward to additional briefings and the next steps of continuing this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Appreciate your leadership on this. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I'll echo that and say this is one of, also one of my high priorities. I think this is a very clear environmental justice priority in the state. And I'm glad we're finally taking this step. And I think we have a lot more to do on it. I'm looking forward to hearing more on the monitoring front in particular. And I also know that we had been trying to do some more racial equity analysis related to manganese in particular. So I'd love to hear about how that is continuing to move forward to understand that better. Anecdotally, this has been extremely racialized in my experience, and had extremely racist comments made in response to brown water for people of color. And I think as one of the highest priorities we should have is to ensure that everyone has access to safe, clean, affordable drinking water. This is, I think, long overdue on just getting to the secondary contaminant, being able to enforce that more effectively. And I hope we can move this forward as Board Member Morgan already laid out. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member. We do have one commenter, so I'd like to call up Megan Murphy. Thank you for sticking with us throughout a long day for your comment, and appreciate you being here, Ms. Murphy. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Megan Murphy. I'm here representing California Municipal Utilities Association, as well as California Nevada Association, or excuse me, American Waterworks Association. So we submitted a comment letter on this subject on October 3rd, 2025, and also 2 years ago, March 21st, 2023. And we just want to express our gratitude and thanks for having some of our comments reach this final revision, and particularly reconsidering the notification limit to the revised notification limit of 0.05 milligrams per liter from the 0.02 milligrams per liter, and that we also highlighted some things that were not addressed, and it sounds like those might be coming in the next steps based on the presentation today, but I'll just mention them here. We would like to see a detection limit for the purposes of reporting, and how affordability and access may be impacted from these future regulations, and also how the distribution system and maintenance is important for reducing potential public exposure for manganese. So we encourage you to please refer to our comment letter if you have any further questions, but thank you so much for addressing this item today.
Thank you. Really appreciate you being part of the process here, providing comment and helping us to get this right. So thank you for synthesizing your membership's positions here. And good to see you again, Ms. Murphy. All right. This is a non-voting item, so this is just an informational item for folks. Looking to see if there's any final comment from the dais, and just a lot of appreciation, again, for the work here. I think it is, we know, very important to a number of communities that have, and I think of arsenic sometimes in the same fashion, where you see these contaminants usually unaddressed in communities that are facing inequities in water, truly. So much appreciation.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Board Chair, and it's been a goal of mine to get this one moved along for quite some time. I'm glad we finally were able to get it to this stage and get it launched on the continuing process now to evolve it into definitely something stronger and more impactful. But we're happy to use the tools we have and move forward with it, and definitely make a difference for a lot of communities and collect good data so we know impacts and the likes as we go forward, because it definitely is that. And it was, as we were, as Board Member McGuire was mentioning his question, and it dawned on me that it is a simple treatment, but we do know that many small systems fail at actually maintaining it. So it does rear its head, and while it's easy to say it's simple, it's certainly an additional cost other than electricity to pump the well. And so there will be lots of work we'll have to do across many communities on this. And California, unfortunately, is quite rich in manganese throughout our formation. So it'll be throughout the state, and a lot of work to move forward on this one, but definitely necessary to do so.
Really appreciate that, and completely agree. And I know a number of members and board members, but also staff, obviously, are very aware of the issues down in San Lucas, and definitely came to mind amongst
that one. Definitely came to my mind as well. As I was saying, the treatment was relatively easy, but that's not always enough, as we know, when it comes to many water systems. So it will be a varied and complex set of solution sets, and we definitely think we'll get good data from doing this increased component, and getting rid of the waivers and moving in this step. Definitely one step, good step.
Many, many thanks.
Appreciate it.
All right, that wraps up item number 8. Again, really appreciate the presentation and the work. We're rounding out a corner here, folks. We're coming up to board member reports. I will quickly go through my board member reports on September 19th. Had the pleasure of joining Joe Karkowski down at Irvine Ranch Water District in the ribbon cutting of their PFAS treatment plant. I think, board member McGuire was down, I believe, in, was it somewhere similarly in Southern California? I think Tustin was attended by just Joe Karkowski, but yeah, you weren't able to make this one. I know that, but just to say, there's a number of groundbreakings that have been happening around PFAS for sure, especially in Orange County, and so it's been good to see that work there. Then on September 22nd and 23rd, I was at the Water Reuse Conference, participated in a plenary panel that was themed the Voyage to Reuse in 2050, and we were all dressed in Star Trek themed clothing. I told the water reuse community it's the only community I would dress up for, but it was a nice panel actually, and it was nice to creatively think of this work that we've been doing as not unlike space exploration, where it takes everyone coming together. It's a federation, certainly, across the water sector, and so appreciated the opportunity. The 22nd and 26th, I was at the Western States Water Council convening. Just a really important time, obviously, for us as Western states to be gathering together and discussing the importance of those federal investments that we see. So much of what we do at Western states is advocate with one voice in DC and to Congress and our agencies and the administration. So it was just really good to just connect, strengthen our connections across the Western states, knowing that we're all dealing with the same flavor of issues, just with different particulars around our authorities, and always doing our best to try to innovate across it. So really appreciate the space with my Western colleagues. It was nice. We actually hosted down in San Pedro, and got a good tour, obviously, of the groundwater recharge work in Orange County, but some of the port cleanup that's gone on there in Long Beach. So it was great. On the 30th, I was at another ribbon cutting, this one for the Headworks project at the SFPUC. Just not lost on me how much we are in a generational moment replacing infrastructure that's been around 50, 60 plus years and many examples there, and appreciated the space as always again. On the 1st, I was with the PPIC Water Policy Center. And then lastly, here on the 3rd, we had our yearly chairs meeting of all the regional board members, and appreciated the state board members and ourselves all cycling through and being able to just convene with folks on what is busy time, to say the least. All right, that's my wrap on my reports. Anyone else would like to jump in? Vice Chair.
I'll just quickly, I only have one, and that is on October 2nd. I was in Marina along with Board Member McGuire to participate in the ribbon cutting for the Phase 2 of Monterey 1's project. And so this project involved advanced purification facility, expanded pipeline, and injection wells. And it was a very lively group. To say the least, they were pretty excited, and this results in, I think it's 2,200 acre feet of additional water injection into the Seaside Basin.
Fantastic. Appreciate that, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire.
It was extremely entertaining, and I'll just say that it had a 90s theme throughout, recognizing that they've been challenged with water supply issues in the peninsula area for that long and been working towards a solution. And I think that the exciting thing about the Pure Water Project, I think they're leaders in many respects around the state in moving towards indirect potable reuse and really realizing it as a supply and looking at all the inputs. They do stormwater runoff capture, wash water runoff capture, recycle just domestic wastewater. So it's a very exciting project that I think we'll see more of going forward. So very happy for them, and looking forward to the more activity to come there. The other item I wanted to mention is another exciting ribbon cutting, which was on September 24th. I was in San Mateo, and there was a ribbon cutting for a wastewater treatment plant expansion there for a regional facility. No indirect potable reuse yet for them, but one thing that they've really took care to do was invest in nutrient removal. So they did biological nutrient removal, nitrification, denitrification, and they are anticipating at least a 40% reduction in nutrients discharged to the bay. And we've all heard about the algae blooms in the San Francisco Bay. And so this is one piece of many discharges to the bay, but it's their contribution. And so it was really an amazing facility that they've built and should set them up for hopefully generations to come. So really exciting and happy to be a part of that. And our Joe Karkowski was also in attendance there. So I think there's a bit of a theme. Thanks.
A lot of ribbon cuttings going on. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Firestone.
I don't have a report.
Thank you, thank you. Board Member Morgan. No report. All right. Well, that wraps up board member reports. Our chief deputies here, would you like to step in? Anything for the executive director's report? Going to item number 10. No, okay, nothing to say on executive directors. We will have closed session. We'll have closed session on sites, DCP, and the Title VI complaint. And so let's give ourselves, I don't know, how much time do folks need to get up to 2:40? Do we give ourselves 20 minutes or so?
I'd propose that we start at 10 till the hour. That'll give time for Zoom to get spun up. And
That sounds good. 2:50, we'll gather in 2540, which is the fishbowl room. So we'll have some natural light for the conclusion of our day. For everyone else, thank you so much. Really appreciate always the time and attention here at the board meeting. We will gather next here on October 21st. So until then, we will be in recess while we're in closed session, and we'll officially adjourn. But have a great time. Please be safe, be well. We'll see you all at our next board meeting on the 21st. Thank you, everyone.